Okay, in theory, we should be live. YouTube says excellent connection. Once again, the nicest thing YouTube's ever said about me. Normally it just says bad in large capital letters for the stream connection. So let me know if you can hear and see everything okay. I'm gonna go ahead and tweet this out and say we're live. I'm gonna be doing a PC build update today. This is an office PC. It's the one I use at work. It's not my PC at home. That's still an FX8370. And let's see, say we are going live with a PC build. Okay. Let me check on chat. Let's see, looks like AV good. Okay, cool, thank you. All right, sweet. So, we're gonna do a PC build. This is the one I use at work. This is an O11 dynamic system. We built our office PCs when we moved into this office, so about 2 years ago. And we built them all pretty much out of spare parts. And by that I mean they're all hacked together, except for the editing systems. The production systems are super high end, but like the computer I use, the computer Patrick uses, they're really not that fancy, and that's because we mostly do writing work and spreadsheet work, not necessarily anything super demanding. So if you look in here, you will see just how much of a mess the build is, because if you saw our original stream 2 years ago when we moved into the office, basically I had a whole bunch of Phoenix parts that I think that's what it's, yeah, EK Phoenix cooling solution parts, and we were like, I want these off the shelves. I don't know what to do with them, so we just threw them in here because I wanted something that was liquid cooling, but we didn't have at the time any spare parts for open loop. So we're just gonna stick with these because frankly it works perfectly fine. It doesn't look good, but it works fine, and I have no use for them in the office. So I'd rather, basically our approach to computers that we use at the office is very simple. We take the parts that we have no further use for. They've been reviewed at this point, and they either sit on the shelf for future regression testing, which would be like, say, a revisit when we take like a CPU or a GPU we reviewed a long time ago, we bring it back out, we retest it, and do a revisit. So that's one use. But if there's no use for that, like I'm not gonna do a revisit on the Phoenix coolers. We just throw it in a system for work, and it doesn't make the prettiest system, and it doesn't make the highest end system, but it makes a functional one. So it's a little bit different approach where we never take our highest end stuff to make computers for work out of it, except for the primary editing PC, just because it renders so many videos. But for everything else, we try to leave the high end components like Threadripper, 3970X, we leave that stuff open and available for future testing because it's more of a pain to pull it out of the system. We don't really want to age the parts unnecessarily, so we leave them all available for testing for the actual content, which is what we produce daily. So that philosophy then leads to builds like this, where I think this is a 69 or 6800K from the Intel X99 era. It's an X99 ASUS Deluxe board, and it is, did we miss the beginning, or is it just me? Well, there wasn't, this is the beginning. So yeah, it is, it's a weird build because when we moved into the office, we didn't really have much DDR4 either, spare. So we had 2 sticks that were unneeded for test benches. And I try to make a habit of not asking companies for parts just for a computer build for the most part that we're gonna use. I'd prefer to take stuff we already have or we bought, and then we reserve the asking for parts for mostly review components. So there's not as much interaction with them that way either. But that just means that, like for the RAM, we end up with 2 sticks in a quad channel system. So I'm gonna change that today because we have more RAM now than we used to. So I can change that to a 4-stick config and an X299 DARK. I've got links to all the parts in the description below. This stream is sponsored by Thermal Grizzly, which works out really well because I wanted to use Thermal Grizzly's Conductonaut anyway today. So we're going to be doing that. And if you're interested in liquid metal after this, then you can buy it at the link in the description below. We really primarily recommend it for under the IHS, above the die cooling, like if you're doing a delid of a non-soldered part. And you can also use it on top of the IHS, between the IHS and the cooler. And then for things like GPUs, and Roman knows this, I don't generally recommend Conductonaut for like a GPU direct die to GPU cooling, just because you're already direct die at that point. So typically a thermal paste makes more sense, and they sell thermal paste as well. So we've got, I think, Cryonaut linked in the description below if you need more of a paste instead of a liquid metal for that application. Okay, so is that Blue GN? I don't know. There is no blue mug on the table. There's a blue glass. Maybe you can't see that's a glass because of the monitor. We actually have like someone's asking if this is on the store, I think. But yeah, store.gamersnexus.net. I'll try and shout out a few orders from you guys today as they come in. But we've got plenty of glasses in stock. We restocked those a few weeks ago. We have the wireframe mouse mats in stock. We're down to under 25% of the total inventory for the mouse mats. I don't know if I have one easily accessible right now, but you've likely seen it at this point. Super popular, most popular thing we've made, and down to under 25% inventory, and that was the biggest order we've ever done. But those are on store.gamersnexus.net. Okay, so my plan for this is to move this from X99 to X299 with the 7980XE. And I might hit the mic while I bring this down, but we're going to move this for a little bit. And won't need that maybe until later, unless I just finish the rest of that off stream. So I'm going to put out a X299 board. The 7980XE needs to get a new liquid metal application. It's been in storage for at least a year. So we'll clean that up. That'll probably be first order of business. So there's a 7980XE. This chip has been through so much. It was in our original RIP LTT challenge we did back at the house. And then later was in, I think, one of the first RIP J challenges we did, until we replaced it with a 9980XE and then later 3175X. So that's the CPU I'm going to put in here. The reason we're using this one is because if we want regression tests, we have a 9980XE and it's the same thing for the most part. And this one I just really liked because it's delidded, and it's not like the soldered ones, like the 9980XE. They're good for other reasons, but delidding liquid metal pretty much always gets you lower, which is what we're doing with this. Let's see what the see what people are saying. Someone says that pump is suspiciously high. There are like 2 or 3 pumps in that loop, and they're all installed per the EK spec. I actually have the manual open in front of me because I figured someone would, not knowing the product, to say that. So EK for the Phoenix MLC is down there, but they recommend a top mount tubes down or a front mount tubes down. They don't, this Phoenix stuff, they don't want you to side mount it with a pump at the top, which, because the pump's attached to the rad, that's pretty easy to do by accident. So that's the one to look out for. They've also got a big X through the radiator at the bottom, pump at the bottom. So we're not in violation of any of those recommendations from EK. All right. Some other questions. I'll try and get to some of these questions a little bit later. I want to get started on this first, though. I'll take this one. Can we have the Lian Li Galahad benchmark? I'm holding back making a purchase. It's not done yet, but it started last week. Started last week, and we're going to finish that up probably this week. So yeah, the Galahad will be up on the channel soon. All right. So I'll take the super chats in a little bit. We're going to work on cleaning this up first and doing a just kind of like trying to remove some of the liquid metal that's on there and then apply new stuff and talk about that. We used to do a ton of liquid metal content when these high-end Intel CPUs were coming out and were not soldered. So we have a whole bunch of materials on how to work with liquid metal and Like, you really only need a dot or two on most of these. This one's a bit larger, probably 2 to 3 dots on there, and it'll spread out pretty well. It's been about over a year since I worked with liquid metal, but we're gonna get back to it today. Okay. Angry Low Gaming says, great mouse mat, love it. Great merch, love your channel. Thank you. The mouse mat is something we really I see a question about personal build stream. We invest a lot of time into getting the quality up on the mouse mat. So it's got like the blue rubber underside and then the blue stitching around the borders. We spent 10 months working with the factory on QC for it, sending it back and forth and getting it really tuned to what we liked. So this was not an easy product to make. It wasn't like a simple rebrand or something. Plus Andrew did a super cool wireframe component design on it. But that is the mouse mat. And then there's that blue rubber underside I'm talking about. It seems so minor as a feature, but that was super hard to get done because like the quantities they want kind of high and then the material's a little rare to find. So anyway. Okay. Well, let's get started on this. Do you need an overhead light, Andrew, or are we good?
I can get the overhead.
Okay. All right. So Andrew's grabbing an overhead light, and I'll go ahead and pull the IHS off. This is actually a little bit stuck, so as you can see, it's not just like pulling off right away. I don't think I resealed this. I think that's just surface tension from the liquid metal on both sides. So what's the components we're working with today? I missed it. I've got most of them linked in the description below, but not all of them. So other than what's below, we're also working with my office PC build. It's not my personal one. FX8370 build I have at home will remain until it stops working, I think. I kind of enjoy trying to keep that one alive. So the only difference is just, I guess, taking out the 6900K and the X99 board and replacing them with this stuff. Everything else should be in the description for the most part. I'm going to use an Arctic CLC for just bench testing, but then I'm going to switch to the Phoenix line for the actual build because it's already in there. But the Arctic CLC, the closed loop liquid cooler, is linked in the description below as well. Okay, so we've got Joe's name right in the middle of the mat. This is, I'm just trying to catch up on the chats too. I don't see, what's better, Alienware or Intel? I'm not sure how to answer that question. Did he just intentionally break a CPU? No. Like so if you think that I can like pull that off with my bare hands without any kind of tool to break it, then you have a much greater estimation of my strength than is reality. No, this was previously delittered. Let me see if I can find the delitter tool. Give me 1 second. I think I know where it is. It's been a little while since we've shown delid content, so there's probably a lot of new people who've never seen it on the channel. We did this one ages ago, just bringing over the delid tools. And there's a whole detailed video series we did on the 7980XE, which is what that CPU is. And you can look it up on the channel if you want to see the content. But it's pretty simple stuff if you haven't seen it before. These are delidding tools we have for various CPUs. Like these are Rocket kits, Rocket Cool for, that's an AMD delitter. So we've got like direct dye and some other stuff in there, liquid metal cleanup stuff. So yeah, the way this worked originally was we took this is I think their Bauer D-Lid Dymate X, I think is the name of this. We have a video again, but the way it works is you take the CPU, just gotta get it so it can come out. Put the CPU in there, and then the triangle on the CPU right there lines up with the triangle on the D-Litter right there. So you would drop that in into the orientation it wants. I forget if it's top down or top up. I think it's top down because of the hole in the middle. And then you just crank it. crank it closed right here. You've got this lever. So you pretty much do this by hand until it gets to a lot of pressure or resistance, I mean, from the CPU. And then you give it a couple turns with an Allen key and the lid pops off. It's really that simple. There are some risks associated. You can potentially rip SMDs off of the substrate, which is what the thick green part is. So you have to be careful with it. You should watch one of our previous videos before you do anything like that. Very easy, pretty cool stuff. Extremely good for performance, better than the paste that was on there, and better often, almost always, than solder, unless you can't use this with liquid nitrogen, because the thermal conductivity of liquid metal is related to the temperature that it's undergoing. If it's sub-zero, it actually becomes worse than paste. But if it's not sub-zero, which this won't be, then it's significantly better than paste. The biggest thing is that you want a really thin interface. So this is not, if you're just tuning in, this isn't the application we're going with. This has been sitting in a tray unused for over a year, I think. So we're gonna clean it up. But you basically want liquid metal kind of like that in the middle, except over the whole die, and then you want it on the IHS also. It has to be on both surfaces, and we put it together. Surface tension will kind of hold it together, get a little bit of suction from that, and then it should perform very well. So that's the basics there. So did I just intentionally break the CPU on camera? The answer is no. I took the lid off, but it was already previously delidded. Okay, so we need some rubbing alcohol, and that should mostly be it to get started. Let me get, oh, and actually acetone as well. So this is just nail polish remover. This helps clean up liquid metal if it's been sitting for a while. It's going to be stained on the IHS, but it won't affect thermal performance in a meaningful way. Let me grab some rubbing alcohol. Do we have a... Oh yeah, let me get that. Okay, this is pretty simple. I am just gonna... In the past, I've typically found that just pouring some rubbing alcohol on a Q-tip and cleaning it up that way is the easiest. And then we can use acetone to get the rest of it off of the IHS only for that. Might as well pick some of this up on the other end. Okay. So this is the old liquid metal application. You're gonna see it's a little dyed, as in colored. So it's got that stain on there. And that coloration is pretty normal when it's been under liquid metal for as long as this one has. Plus, when it goes through I guess thermal cycling, the coloration that you see here is normally indicative of actually being in use. If we put this on something and didn't really use it as much, you won't see it bake into the surface quite as much as it did here. But you can see it removes pretty easily. And then you have to be careful about that it's kind of hard to see, but there's a tiny bead of liquid metal right there. So you have to be careful about overlooking those. Yeah, that's a pretty good shot. You have to be careful about overlooking those when you put it all back together, because it could potentially get onto SMDs. There's a line of SMDs or surface mount devices right here. They're covered in paste from previous work. This CPU's been through so much. A line of SMDs there and there. And I don't know how visible it is on camera, but they are coated with a nail polish. And that will protect them from a short if any of this liquid metal spills over. But I've done this a whole lot. I'm not really worried about that, but we're just going to clean up what's left on there, and then I'm probably going to spray it with something, and then maybe a CRC. Then we might apply a new nail polish over the SMDs and get it as shiny as possible, but knowing that it's going to be permanently stained, as long as we know that, it's fine. It's not really going to affect the thermal performance, though, once we get it kind of cleaned up. So, tricky thing with liquid metal is just how it clings, clings to stuff, where like you want to try and avoid dropping it on surfaces and then building your computer on that same surface later, because you could potentially short it. So normally I'll just go through and try to grab the liquid metal off with the any of it that I'm not going to use again with a shop towel, and that'll absorb it pretty well. All right. So actually what I'm going to do before, I have a lot more I need to clean on that side, but I'm going to pick up a lot of this first and pour acetone in there and just let it sit while we do the rest, so it can remove some of the liquid metal. We have a video on the staining process, electron migration and stuff of liquid metal and IHSs previously, if you're curious about it. It's funny though, it's been so long since I've worked with liquid metal because Intel's mostly moved to solder, and liquid metal is still better thermally if you're not ever going under LN2, but we've been doing a lot more liquid nitrogen stuff lately, and that means that I typically leave the solder if I'm going to bring it down under LN2. So this is just rubbing alcohol first. And I'm going to just take this shop towel and pick up as much as I can of the liquid metal. Oh, there you go. There's a pretty good amount. Just came off. Yeah, I have some cleaner we could use. I see people suggesting it, but no, they didn't solder the 7980XE to answer that question. They did that for the 9980XE. Let me get a couple of the super chats before we progress, because there's some of those coming in. Where's this? Viewer activity these days? Yes. Okay, so I'll answer a few of these while I clean this. Let's see. UND, $25 says, "Urok, please buy Snowflake a toy with a small portion of this." Well, I think it's more like Snowflake will apportion a small amount of that to my salary because she runs the show here, but definitely that is doable. Nathan Tipton, $5. Steve, go listen to the new Napalm Death single. I'm actually not familiar with them, but I'm assuming some variant of metal, so I will listen to it after the stream. Mustangs by Matt, $10. Are you ever going to upgrade your FX system? Matt here is referring to my FX 8370 build at home, which is underclocked and undervolted, and not what you would call good, but it's alive and it works. So will I ever? Yes, I would imagine I would. When? I don't know. I kind of like the challenge of keeping that thing going, and it doesn't need to do a whole lot other than production level, or mostly web browser type stuff, some QuickBooks. I'm gonna get rid of this one because it's not actually too heavily used, this shop towel, but because it's liquid metal, I'm trying to avoid putting down what I'm picking back up, so because it grabs onto the surface of stuff. So will I upgrade? Well, I don't know when. I think this little dot here. I think I will probably wait until the motherboard bakes itself, because the that board, man, that VRM's bad. It runs like 100+ degrees all the time. Got that. Okay, cool. Got that one. Just picking up the dots. Okay, well, that's fairly clean. There's a couple dots here and there, but we'll clean it up. Take the next question. SQ77, what's the max life of an application of liquid metal? We've done a 1-year revisit, and it was completely fine thermally, if I remember correctly. The video's on the channel. You can look up liquid metal 1 year later, I think. That's acetone. It was doing pretty well after a year. I think generally we've in the past recommended a replacement after about 1 to 2 years for optimal performance, but I haven't done an endurance test past 1 year. That said, this system will be a good setup for that because I'll probably keep it running for a couple of years. I really like the 7980XE. It was one of the most fun processors I've ever worked with, just because of the overclocking potential. D-Lid was a lot of fun. The first time I ever really got into that stuff, and first time I ever really started getting into more competitive overclocking. So I enjoyed this CPU a lot. That's why I want to work with it. Plus, it's getting retired from our testing. We have similar ones to take its place if we revisit. So it's a good timing. All right, got pretty much all the liquid metal. I'm going to spray this with compressed air just to dry it off a bit. If there's anything else, it'll go on. It'll be more visible to me. Okay. And now I'm just going to polish that a little bit. Grab another shop towel, then we'll have one for liquid metal and one for cleaning. Let's see, what's the other questions? Got the application one. The AIO cooling content, oh, this is from Marola C, 200 ARS, thank you. The AIO cooling content you did was awesome. I just wish people actually viewed the whole thing before starting to spread stuff. Can you do such with thermal pump out on TIM? A lot of misinformation on that too. You're definitely right. There's a lot of information on thermal pump out, and some of it's accurate. We did an interview at LTX, I think last year, with Roman Der Bauer on the pump out effect, and that's probably one of the best sources to get actual information on it. That video is about a year or two old, I think 1 year. So he explains it really well there. If you just search like thermal paste or thermal conductivity, Der Bauer, Gamers Nexus, it'll come up. Will I do a video on it? We definitely could. I think that's doable, especially with our dummy heaters where we can thermally cycle by programming the power supply. Okay, well, that's certainly a lot cleaner than it was. So there's going to be some permanent staining. This thing's, again, this has been through so many liquid metal and thermal paste applications over the years. It's been under liquid nitrogen as well, so it's always going to have a little bit of damage to it, but that looks pretty good. Now we're just going to use capillary action to pick up some of the acetone, and let's pick up a little bit more. Okay, I'm trying to leave like a thin layer on there, and what I'm going to do is take this and get the acetone on the end, and then scrub a little bit. This doesn't really need to be done. This like plating that is on the nickel-plated IHS here, once we get the, what I'm looking for is when I touch the surface, does it feel smooth? And once I've gotten it smooth and gotten any unevenness out from picking up the old liquid metal application, then we're good. There's not really much thermal impact from having the stained coating on the nickel. This is just normal for working with liquid metal. So that's pretty good. There are other ways to clean this, but because it's not going to affect the thermals in a way that I care about for this build, we're going to leave it at that. And you can see there, it's still picking up some of the remnants. Let me take another question while we do this. King Darkside, $5, thank you. What is the best thermal paste or material suggested for use with EK's aluminum loop? Whether or not it's aluminum or copper doesn't matter too much. The thermal paste is going to behave the same way. It's just one loop's technically going to be better than the other, but maybe not in a practical sense. What's the best? Well, for the most part, you can kind of use, unless you're really pushing numbers, like you're starting to compete in overclocking, you can kind of use whatever as long as it's not garbage tier. So what does that mean? Well, obviously Thermal Grizzly is a sponsor of this particular stream. We've got links to their stuff. I don't think anyone's going to be hurt though if I say if you use anything like an MX4 and up from Arctic, or use like a Hydronaut from Thermal Grizzly, that kind of stuff's completely fine. You don't really need to stress too much about it. Now once you start going for more extreme cooling performance, like for competitive overclocking, for liquid nitrogen especially, you need something that won't crack under liquid nitrogen temperatures, like Cryonaut is good about that. There's some others out there as well, KPX for example. But for normal use, you don't need to go too crazy. So this feels smooth now. This is just experience at this point. Sometimes you can feel like a roughness from the plating. And I'm not really feeling that here. I'm going to clean it up a little more, and then I think I'll be happy with the end result for now. Let's see. No, yeah, we don't, this doesn't need to be like completely clean. There's some people who are like, why aren't you using steel wool, or why aren't you polishing it? Because it doesn't matter. All right. Cool, all right, that's smooth enough. That's not really gonna impact thermals, I don't think. Now, sometimes, a bit of a risk of doing this on live stream is sometimes I have to do these liquid metal applications twice, because you think it's pretty good and then you mount it and you test it and it's not, and that's why I'm going to build this out of the system and then we'll put it in the system once it's working. It's a little bit of a risk to do it live in that regard. You can end up wasting a lot of time sometimes applying this. I'm a bit out of practice, a year or so since working with it last time, but I think we'll be fine. So normally I'll try to get the first dip of liquid metal out over something, like because it'll like spray out of the nozzle if you use the plunger. So typically I'll tap it a few times. I try to get like a drop by just flicking my wrist, and if it doesn't come out, then we'll use the plunger, but you have to be careful to not like spray liquid metal. I keep almost saying liquid nitrogen, liquid metal. The other nozzle is a little easier to use for the wrist flick method, but we're using the metal nozzle here. It might look like I'm not doing anything right now, but I'm applying very light pressure to the plunger. Yeah, there you go. And then we're going to pick up a dot here. That's pretty... It's pretty cool how you can siphon it back up like that. But let's change the, actually we can just pick that up and work with that. Let's do that. Is this end dry? Yes. So I want like 2 dots, which is about what this is right here. That's about 2 dots together. And we're gonna need some on both sides. So, oh, BPS Customs in chat says, sup. Hey Brian, BPS Customs is in there. He does good videos. So we're gonna put the 2 dots on this side, spread it out. You don't want it to be liquidy. You don't want it to look watery or runny. You want it to be a smooth, even spread. So normally I kind of just spread around the perimeter first, and I keep the large pools away from the border and spread it out just somewhat evenly across the surface, and then I'll smooth it over after that. I normally wait to smooth it out until after I see if I have enough on there or if I have too much on there. If you get the watery effect where like you can kind of, we don't because I didn't put too much on. But if you put too much on, you can pick it up like this and kind of move it very slightly like that. And you'll see it shimmer and it'll flow if you rotate it. But if you see that, it means there's way too much on there. But it looks like we have about the right amount. Actually, we're going to need some more because it's picking up onto the, you can see right there, that's another thing you run into, it picks up onto the spreader. But we can just push harder to get most of that off. And that's just because it's going to absorb into whatever you're using. Plus surface tension makes it a little tricky to work with sometimes. But we can always just apply more. Yeah, I'm going to need some more because it's absorbing. It's kind of hard for me to see with that light right above me, but I'm trying to see if I can get a good example of a spread I'm looking for on a smaller part of this. Okay, I'm going to pick up some more liquid metal. Let me take a question while I do that. Tom Kavalik, I think it's the hallowed 7980XE. Incredible. Yes, this was a meme on our channel for quite some time. People on live streams would ask, what CPU is it, when it was in the title? And it became a meme that it was the 7980XE. So yes, this is in fact that very CPU that started one of the earliest memes on our channel. Pick this up. All right. It's a little harder to work with a die that's had liquid metal on it in the past if it's still got some stains. Thermally, we're fine. It just makes it a little more difficult to spread because you can't. Main thing is I can't see quite as well what's old, what's new. But you're starting to see. I'll stop here. I need to apply more up in this corner, and on this edge, and on this edge. But you can see in the middle here, that's kind of what I'm looking for, is about that amount of liquid metal. You really don't need much for this. Let me just read chat. In case you want to change that metal, how do you remove it? So there's a few things. What I just did earlier at the start of the stream was just simple rubbing alcohol and then acetone, but which you just buy nail polish remover for that. Couple things though, there's other tools. Let me find one. Like Rocket Cool makes, well, this is stem remover. That's not really, that's just basically liquid metal anyway. I don't think I have any. There's like some pre-mixed stuff that you can buy that'll remove it. But rubbing alcohol and acetone works fine, in my experience. You can get prettier with it, but like no one's gonna see inside the CPU once it's sealed. So I just go for performance and leave it there. All right, so I was explaining what I was going for, and this is getting pretty close. We're still picking up some on the spreader, but it is much more even now. Sometimes with like a dirty Q-tip or one that's less tightly woven, Thermal Grizzly includes these tightly woven Q-tips, but if you grab one from just like a pharmacy that's just standard Q-tip, sometimes the cotton's a little fuzzy and will pull off of it and get stuck in the liquid metal. It really sucks to clean up. So you're normally, if you want a spreader for it that works well, what you want to do is go, this is the same kind that is sold branded for, what is it called? Nail polish application. And it's like a tighter wind on the cotton, I guess. So that typically works better. Okay, let me look at this out of the studio light so I can see what I'm doing for a second. It's so shiny and reflective, it makes it hard to actually work on under intense lights. That's looking really good. So I will show you the result in a second. I'm just getting the spread more even. Under the studio light, it was reflecting so much I couldn't see what was covered and what wasn't. That's looking pretty good to me. We're gonna have to do the IHS also, that's very important. Okay, a little bit runny on one side, but I'm just gonna pull it over. I don't know that we're able to really show this, but especially because I can't see it with the light in some setups. You can kind of dip the end of the Q-tip into the pooling liquid metal rather than push it to the surface, and that'll allow you to grab it and pull. And there's a gnat over here. And that will make it much easier to spread without like picking it up in the wrong place. So I think we're about where I'm happy with it. It's a little spotty, but it looks pretty good. That's gonna work just fine. There's gonna be people just like Thermal Paste who have all kinds of opinions of what's good and what's not. From experience, having done dozens of liquid metal applications in the past, this will work well. Now what's important though is getting it on the IHS. You need it on both sides, and you want a really thin layer. It works, any interface works better if it's thinner in at least this kind of use case. I'm going to pick up some more from my example spraying of the paste earlier. Surface tension's cool. Okay, that might be a bit much, but we'll find out. Oh, that looks pretty good. Let me take a super chat while we're going. Okay, so I already read this question. I said, it was from SQ who said, what's the max life of an application? I was just going back to read questions and misread it as what's the mix, and I can answer that too. Typically, these are a gallon stand compound of sorts. So normally gallium, indium, and then there's one other element in there that is escaping me right now. But it's if you look up gallon stand, it's pretty close to that. Thermal Grizzly modifies it for a custom mix that works specifically for their applications. What? And she's laughing at something. Is it the gnat?
No, it's hard to explain.
And she says it's hard to explain, so we'll leave it there. All right. Let's see, super chats. What is the, got that one. Andrew, oh no, it scrolled up. Andreas Sheriff, are you tired, Steve? By the way, I'm looking to buy a GN coffee mug. Well, we've got the anniversary edition one. Oh no, actually, I think I just got a notification that they were out of stock. So we are working on getting more in, but I think the anniversary mug's out of stock right now. Lee Marlowe, just a thanks, and of course, thanks to the team. Can't wait for the mod mat and the mouse pad. Best content on YouTube. Thank you, and thanks for picking those up. If anyone else wants to, you can go to store.gamersnexus.net. I'll go through some of the orders and shout a few out later. No guarantees, but I might hit your name and shout it out when I check through later. So yeah, Lee, thank you for the thank you. We definitely appreciate it. Glad that you like the content. Let's take this one too. Matthew Spriggs. X299 Dark upgrade, 7820X to 10900KX. Man, Intel with the names. With nude CNC IHS. I actually haven't used their IHSs, but I'm aware of them. There's a question mark there, so I think you're asking something about that, but I'm not sure what. The 10900X is better, I think, than what you're on now, based on what you've told me. It wasn't like the CPU I was the most excited about when we reviewed it, but if you can find it and it's a drop-in socket upgrade, then that's not so bad. As far as the IHS, I haven't actually looked at that. I see more super chats coming in. I'll get through them too, but let's catch up a few more. Japback13, $5. Finally caught a stream. Just wanted to thank the GN team for its blunt yet in-depth content. I went from console pleb to building systems thanks to you. Well, hey, there's nothing wrong with console gaming either, but definitely it's fun to get into the more open ecosystem of PCs and play around with stuff like this. This is kind of, I always had a lot of fun with liquid metal cooling and performance testing. What I like to do for these, there's no like actual real science to what I'm doing right now, but I like to spread a diameter first before I fill in the inside so that I know where I want the border to be, because we just need it to make contact with the IHS or with the substrate, man, with the die. And we're not going to worry about contact with the substrate because it is lower than the die is, but we also don't want to overspread just because there's no point. All right, let me take this, pull the plunger back a little bit, and let's just take this spreader off. I actually, they upgraded from this one to the other one later in the life of the product, but I actually do like the older plastic one. Let's see if the trick will work here. There you go, see that dot? So that's how I typically like to get a dot of liquid metal out, is like flick the wrist method. It's really hard to do that first. Extraction, I guess, is riskier of spraying. But that's why you don't, like I would strongly recommend against, especially on the die, trying to use the plunger to get the liquid metal onto the die just because you're going to end up doing cleanup. And it's so easy to pick it up because of the surface tension. I just drop it onto a cloth and pick it up. We might need a little more just to make this easier, and then I'll clean up what's excess. This knot's driving me crazy. That's a little bit much, but that's why we do it over the shop towel. So, pick that up, and let's spread that. That's looking much better. How visible is the knot on camera, Andrew?
Sometimes visible.
Or is it just really annoying me and no one else? So I can't quite see what I'm working on because of that overhead light, but I will, I almost feel like I should be looking at OBS to do this. But I'll pick it up in a second to see what my work looks like. Looks a little better. I need to get some more spread in the corner. Let me take a super chat while we're doing this. Stop line, Steve, you just wanted to do a G for Gamers Nexus. That's right, that's what I was applying. When will a toolkit be stocked again? From Data LLAP. It will be, it's actually, I think almost here. I think we are estimating a September restock, so it should be here very soon. It's shipping right now, manufacturing's done. It's just been in shipping for a little while. Still kind of slow because of how jammed the ports are at this point. But it is on the way, so September is when we expect to have it on the website. It's looking better. I think I need a bit of a wider spread. I'm just looking forward to getting this clamped under the ILM. That's the mounting mechanism on the board, because then I won't need to worry about transporting it anymore. I like to do a little more, I think. So much paste. The dies on these CPUs are so large that we're almost done with this application. A little spotty. Not my cleanest, but it's hard when they're stained like this, just because it's kind of keeps staining. Like, I don't know, it's something to do with the migration of electrons or something. I'm not quite sure how it works. We did a video on it. Information's mostly gone from my mind now. I'd have to go watch the video. Did a video on the science of why it stains and sticks there, but just kind of absorbs the first couple dabs. Okay. That looks all right. Just cleaning up the spots where it was a bit blotchy. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't take two applications. It often did, because the first one you're kind of figuring out the positioning of everything. Okay, so what I need to do is it's not going to like fall off or anything, because it's stuck on there. It's surface tension. It's pretty cool that way. I need to line up. I didn't actually take stock of the orientation of the IHS, but it's easy to figure out. I'll show you how. Not that this is particularly relevant anymore, because the CPU is older. But basically, there's an RFID chip on here on these Intel IHSs. Man, I keep misspeaking today. Substrate. So that RFID chip, before anyone's like, they're stealing my data. No, every company is doing that through other means. Not that chip, though. That is actually not connected to anything. Anyway, we can align that with the gap here in the IHS. There's that notch, so that's our indicator that that goes on this side. I took off the silicone adhesive on the IHS ages and ages ago, a couple of years ago. So this black adhesive you see here, we stripped that off the IHS. That's so I can get a flusher fit and contact, and that's actually partly responsible for the thermal reduction, not just the liquid metal. Liquid metal is a big part of it, but removing a layer of glue helps a lot. And then I leave the base layer on here, but very thin. This was on Der Bauer's recommendation several years ago when I first learned how to do this. And that is to give me a guide of where the IHS should go when I'm ready to reapply. So let me try to line this up. We don't really want to move it around once it's on there. So I'm going to line up relatively evenly and just drop it and then push. And we'll get a bit of like stick with it where you'll feel that surface tension. And now we are good to socket that CPU. What chip is this? This is a 7980XE. What's that rectangle with fan on the motherboard? I think you maybe mean this. This is a chipset underneath here, but the fan is really there for cooling the M.2 devices, which are here and here. And then this is, if you're talking about these fans, this is a VRM heatsink. The MOSFETs, inductors are underneath it. And then those are super high RPM, kind of noisy if you run them loud, but those cool off the VRM heatsink. Hopefully that helps. Holy crap, he delidded the nail polish. So most of the nail polish is still on there, and I'm not going to have spillover, I don't think, so I'm not really worried about any issues. Let's see. Whoa, open CPU. It's funny, like it's funny because it's been so long since we've done delids that I think it's kind of new content again. Someone says, Intel, Steve, we need more content to stay relevant. Steve, I got you, fam. Yes, nothing says relevant like me saying at the beginning of this video, we're using this CPU because it's retired and no longer relevant to our testing. That is definitely doing them a lot of favors. I'm sure they appreciate that. Okay, I'll just socket this into the board as quickly as I can so I don't have to worry about transporting it anymore. I always check my hands, make sure there's no liquid metal on it when I'm handling the CPU, because you don't want to get it into the pads on the bottom. We're just going to check let me move this over for camera purposes. A couple liquid metal dots on the mat I'm going to clean up. Check the orientation. Is it this way? Or is it upside down? Yes, that's right. And just drop into the socket. Pop that out. So I really don't want the IHS moving right now. I'm going to apply pressure in the center so that because remember the IHS isn't glued down like it typically is. So it's free to move under pressure right now. I'm going to apply a good amount of force here and clamp it because I don't want the IHS to migrate. Now we're good. Now I just need to clean some of the paste off the edges. I didn't want to clean the IHS further until we got it under the ILM. What does that stand for again? I think it's independent loading mechanism. I think that's what ILM is. So I wanted to get it under the ILM, the clamp, basically, before I started cleaning it because it would move stuff around. Would have been cool if this came off all in one piece, but I guess we could just not use this RAM slot. Okay, this is an X299 DARK board that, if not obvious, hasn't actually been used. We have quite a few of these. We normally, for the boards we like a lot, we'll ask for or buy backups. If we're doing a lot of like XOC, like extreme overclocking with them, because it's possible something dies, and normally I want to back up if I'm streaming and a board dies, that way we can do something about it. We have a little bit of tape stuck in there. I'm gonna have to pry that out in a second. I'll take some super chats too. Let's see, and we are gonna get all the super chats. If you haven't heard yours read, it's just because I run on a bit of a delay for them during the stream, but we got them all by the end. Thanks, EVGA, for putting tape where it's probably the most annoying place. Oh, man. Okay, all right. New step in PC building. Okay, let me check on chat. What's going on in chat right now? Check on the store orders too. Let's see. GN Store, I'll shout a couple out. We've got a lot, so I'm not going to be able to get to all of them. But if you're ordering on store.gamersnexus.net, things that are in stock right now, most of the shirts, the large mod mats that I'm working on right here, these, for 3 years now since we launched it, I've had trouble keeping them in stock for more than a week. So they just sold out again last week. We have more being made, but they're not on back order yet because we don't have a firm timeline yet. Medium mod mats are in stock and shipping now. If you buy one, I actually just got back from our distributor yesterday where I autographed a bunch of them for the people who buy those. So these are in stock and shipping. These are like a GPU layout. I just put that right on top of the board. So these are a GPU layout. This one's been used a little bit, so it's a little dirty, but you can see like the, we've got these numbered, and then up here there's a labeling. So it's just kind of cool if you're still learning, you don't quite know the names of all the components, and say you're doing a disassembly, you can track all your screws. On the right side on the grid, we've got, on this one, we have a front and a back silhouette so that you can track which side the screws are on. And if you're kind of new to this stuff, you're maybe mounting a water block, and it says to put 1mm thermal pad on the MOSFETs, but like 0.5 on the inductors. Then you can check these and check against the label. You'll know exactly what it is. But anyway, that's on the store if you want to get it, store.gamersnexus.net, and then the mouse mat is on the store as well. I'll read a couple of the orders, and then we'll get back to the build. Okay. Got one from William in Texas. Picked up a wireframe mouse mat. Thank you, William. That is, like I said, shipping already. They're not on back order anymore. Sean from Arizona. Picked up a mouse mat as well. Thank you. I do like 2 more. Preston from New Mexico. Picked up a wireframe mouse mat. Super popular item. And Ryan from New Jersey picked one up as well. Okay. What's chat saying? What's normal chat saying? So yeah, this is a 7980XE. People are asking about memory bandwidth, stuff like that. The handling of the PC parts is rough. I mean, I have a lot of experience working with them, and I haven't killed one from mishandling yet, so I think we're good. Let's see. I have a question about the Thermaltake P8 case. Scott says, how do you like it? Haven't used that one. I've used the P3 and the P5. I don't actually remember what the P8 looks like. Thermaltake P8 case. Oh, okay, I see. So it's a, yeah, right. It's like a P5, except it's enclosed. I don't know. I haven't used it, so I can't really speak to it. But I can tell you the P3 and the P5 I liked. They're different, though. They're open. They're not like this tempered glass everything that I'm seeing on the other one. So they're pretty different. To answer that question, though. Let's see. Okay, great question. Alfredo Ruiz says, this is in chat. I'm just reading normal chat right now. Since I don't know the viscosity of the liquid metal, if you add a lot, will it drip or will it dry at the edge? What will happen? Would you recommend it for a 3600? Yeah, let's talk about this. This is a good question. So, will it drip? The answer is yes. I'm trying to think if I have something I want to do that demo on or not. I can maybe use a socket cover, but that seems unwise. So, maybe we could show it on this cold plate from our cooler we worked on the other day, because I'm not going to need this again. Nice, it's got corrosion on it from sitting in water. And there's actually part of our logo is now stuck in the bottom of the cold plate. You see the S from Gamers Nexus. Maybe I can do a demo on this. This is a great question, though, from Alfredo Ruiz. Will it drip? The answer is yes. And that's why you want to be careful with how much you're applying. Actually, we have a little bit here I'm going to pick up, too, before we accidentally build on it. And 1 dot right there. And I'm just going to dab that with the rag. That one's good. And that one is picked up as well. Now it's just thermal paste that's left. Okay. Will it drip? Yes. Let's see if we can maybe show that. I need to work on this too. So right now we're just answering a question from someone about will liquid metal drip. This is one of the reasons I don't really recommend using it on like a GPU. Let me apply this somewhere else where I'm not worried about the computer I'm building. Okay, that should be pretty good. That's a huge, very expensive, oh no, ball of liquid metal. There we go. The plunger's cool, because it'll just pick it all back up if you pull the plunger in. Let's see, please stay in place. Stay. What I'm going to do is apply way too much for a surface, and then we'll see if we can get it to run off. I like dropped it in the set and then almost stepped on it. So, yes, it will drip. That's why you don't want too much. I should say it'll run. We use this very commonly to short shunts on video cards. Very useful liquid metal for that. Check that out. See how it's reacting, like how it pulls? So this is why sometimes if you're applying to certain surfaces, it can be frustrating to do that, but there's tricks to it where you just like kind of push down and smush it out until it detaches from your spreader. It's like that, it's like some kind of Star Trek monster. I don't know if this is going to be enough to pull down on the surface it's on, but let's try it. Let's see if it runs at all. You can see like surface tension's allowing it to stay pretty well, but I don't know how well that shows up. There's a little dot on the end that kind of moves around, but surface tension's holding us on there. Generally the problem you run into is on like, we've done this demo, actually I have one right behind me. The problem you run into is with shunt resistors, which are so small. Here's one I've piggyback modded. I did this one, you can tell because it looks horrible, like it's been tortured. This is a, yes, admire my soldering work. This is a 5 milliohm shunt resistor soldered on top of a 5 milliohm shunt resistor. Typically what we would do in the past is short these with liquid metal. We've got a video on it. If you search the channel for like High Cookie Rip J or something, you'll find it. And normally we'd put liquid metal here, but the problem is if you put too much, then it tricks the GPU into thinking that there's no power protection. Well, there is no, it basically goes into a safety mode for the clocks, 2D clocks. If you put too little, it doesn't do anything. But also if you put too much, it'll drip down when you like mount it like that in a slot. Like say it's on a vertical or a horizontal test bench, card's vertical, it can drip and run. Now on this thing, I guess, definitely a little bit of drip if you like socket it. If it's like on the back of a GPU and you socket it, you can see how it would migrate when you click it into the socket. So you gotta be a little careful with it, like kind of loose now. Anyway, what I recommended for a 3600 was the other part of the question. If you're super into enthusiast stuff just for fun, it will bring down the temperature if you do it properly. Thing is, the 3600 is soldered, so it's a little more risky to delid. It's not too bad if you follow guides out there and you buy the right tools for it. I showed one earlier, this one right here. If you buy the right tools and you just turn that and it'll, like a medieval torture device, it'll push the IHS off and normally pretty cleanly. You just have to be careful of, like, don't use a razor blade without knowing where you're cutting on it because you might cut a whole line of SMDs off. Stuff like that. So you have to be careful not to remove the SMDs. If you follow guides online, Der Bauer's got a lot of them because he also makes and sells these delidders. Rocket Cool makes and sells delidders. So buy a real delitter for it to be on the safe side and watch some guides. You're probably going to be fine if you just are patient and you take any delid slow and do your research. You'll be completely fine. It's one of those, like, if you have to force it, if it feels like if it feels like something's not right, then stop and make sure you've got it oriented the right way. But other than that, you should be fine. So would I recommend it? Not for mainstream use, but for someone who wants absolute best thermals, yes. It'll drip off of like shunt resistors. We saw it didn't drip too much on that cold plate demo, but it migrated when I lightly tapped it, and that's what you have to be careful of with like socketing apart. It'll migrate a little bit. Okay, good question. Guess we're gonna boot this thing. So I'm gonna peel all this crap off. Nice single-use plastics. Need more of those in the garbage can. We didn't hit our quota this week, so well, maybe that one will stay on there forever. It's not coming off quickly. Maybe that one will stay on there forever too. It's like shrink wrap sealed almost. I almost want to leave bits and pieces of this to annoy people. Like, does this, how many people does this bother if I leave that there? is that triggering people? Let me get back to chat. All right, is there a store code this stream? There is not one for this stream. Good question from Mr. Bogey. Do you use liquid metal between the CPU and your LN2 pots? No. Are they going to fix the audio? Is there an audio problem? Audio sounds fine to you, Andrew?
Not that I know of.
We are not aware of an audio problem. No, I would not use it for, what is it? What was the question? LN2 pots, because it's actually bad. Liquid metal is bad with extreme cooling because it scales with the temperature. So colder something is, the worse the thermal conductivity is of liquid metal. The hotter it is, the better the conductivity is. So it's excellent for above ambient. You should use something else like cryonaut or something for below, for sub-zero. Someone says, audio sounds fine to me. Cool, thank you everybody for saying that. Okay, I need to do more super chats in a bit, but we also need to get this thing actually doing something. So let me pick out some memory. Yeah, little known trick, your PCIe slots are also memory slots. We're just gonna plug those in like that. Can you get me the hammer, Andrew? That's for the person that said they were rough with PC parts earlier. I don't know what memory to use. A lot of this we need for like test systems, so I was figured I'd look on camera what we have. So this is 4 sticks of Crucial 4000, 1819, 1939. Maybe. I don't think I have a use for that otherwise. This memory is some of the, it's actually not that good anymore, but it was some of the best at the time. 3600 C16. We use this in RIP LTT and RIP J. It served us so well, and it was the first time I ever tried any kind of memory overclocking or tuning. Really liked that memory. This is probably not super great. 3200, 16, 18, 18, 36. We used to use this for CPU benches. 2 by 8 gigabytes, so that's gonna be 32. It's a big upgrade over what I have now. I'm trying to find something that we don't need for test systems daily. Maybe this ballistics. What is this? 3200, 16, 18, 18, 36. Got a lot of that apparently. Capacity is unclear. I'm gonna go with probably 8. So I think we're probably gonna use maybe that Corsair stuff because 1, no LEDs, which I like, and 2, it's a bit dated now, and we have duplicates of this in benches actively, so we can take that out. Let's pull this aside. I think that's 32 gigs. This board's only 4 DIMMs, even though a lot of X299 and 99 are 8 DIMM slots. That is because getting the memory closer to the socket is beneficial for overclocking. But we're not going to do any memory overclocking on this, at least not today. I might come back to it later for another stream. Where's the, oh, it's blending in with the PCB. I was like, where's the other 2 sticks? The VRM on the Dark was extremely good. the cooling of it back when we tested this board. I liked this board a lot. We used this one in several overclocking streams and events, and it was a really good overclocker. Probably needs a new BIOS though. This is fresh out of box. There's also still plastic on the VRM, which seems like a great place for me to leave it. Although if I turn it on and overclock it, it'll probably melt itself off eventually. I think that's pretty good. I just really like the aesthetic of that. It speaks to me. Okay. Super chats. Quizler, $10, no message, thank you. I need to catch up on these. We're about 50 minutes behind on these. Dave Leviathan Prim, good to see you back. Hello, GN, just ordered the blueprint shirt and the wireframe mouse mat. Also, will PSU Steve be used in this build? I don't know. I'm not sure what bench that's on right now. We have a power supply labeled Steve, as in don't touch, but I don't know where that one is right now. Snack Juice, $5. Hey, Steve, have you gotten the chance to ask Roman about that O11 Mini for my wife yet? I like the persistence. I like that you're asking this every stream. You know, I haven't gotten a chance to ask Roman about that yet. I actually don't know when I think it's supposed to be on the market kind of soon. Nick Sweeney, 499, thanks for being great and making informative content. Do you know when the large mod mats will be back in stock? We did start an order. I don't have a firm date yet. That's why they're not on back order. Typically, I don't put them up on back order until we know, because I don't want to like put it out there nebulously. So I'm thinking first half December, maybe late November, but we'll see. I'll let you all know in a news video. Mustangs by Matt. I love my O11. Mustangs by Matt here is talking about the O11 Dynamic, the Lian Li case. Got an overclocked 9900K and 2080 Super in it. It's one of the few cases where, for the most part, performance isn't handicapped by style. Also, did you see the video? Not yet. We had Mustangs by Matt do some data destruction on a drive for that Apple PC refurbishment video, so you see that soon. Serpent XSF. I got some crazy messages due to the AIO and CLC content, but thanks. Also, I haven't been able to hit trails lately. Have you still been riding? Yes. I've got some videos on the GN Steve side channel of just mountain biking one of the downhill parks somewhat nearby. And it's pretty nice riding right now. As for the AIO CLC comments, yes, we've seen a lot of those. A lot of comments from people out there. Let's see. I'm just waiting for the comments below the archive when it's done, where they're like, it took 3 hours to build a computer, because all the antics in the chat. The Stig 827. Are you the real Stig? $5. Bring the home build in and Ellen to it for a Viking funeral. I do like that idea. I don't know when we'll do that. All right, so I need to just throw a cooler on here and just make sure it works before we transplant it into the build. So liquid metal, once it's on a once it's installed and it's socketed, it's not going to drip anywhere, because I mean that IHS is sandwiched against the substrate. It's not moving. It's not going to drip, anything like that. You need to be more worried about that with like a GPU or a small part like a shunt resistor, but not with this. Okay. Let's do this 360 CLC as a temporary setup. I actually haven't put this on an X299 board yet, but I think it's just 4 screws. Questions. I would love to have all that RAM and then just throw in a new set when I want a change of looks. Yeah. Something off with camera focus, or is it stream quality? I think it's fine. Maybe try refreshing. Hey Steve, how often should I change liquid metal on my laptop? I would do it purely based on performance numbers. I wouldn't overthink it. So, you know, get a gauge on where it's performing. Use maybe hardware info. Hopefully it's compatible with your CPU. Get a gauge on performance, and check it again over time occasionally with the same method. Open a notepad file, write down what software you're using and steps you're using, so you do the same test. And once you start seeing a performance fall off, that's when you should change it. Simple as that. Can you delid Ryzen? I have one. I'll go grab one. We have some delidded Ryzen CPUs. I'm pulling one out of the storage room. Here's an interesting one. Ooh, there's a light. Here's delidded Ryzen. You can see there's liquid metal on that. This is was a 2200G. This one specifically because it had thermal paste. So AMD did paste instead of solder, and you can see we also lapped the IHS on this one, and then we've also got like special rocket cool IHSs. So yeah, this was one where when I was talking earlier about being careful of a D-lid with Ryzen, all these tiny SMDs you got to be careful of. So I D-lidded this like before launch with no reference material, and we were pretty lucky because I just took a razor blade and cut right along the edge at very minimal depth, and didn't hit any of these. So we're lucky. No reference material, some skill involved, it's just being careful. We also had one where we used the rocket cool D-lidders. Does make it easier. Is this set up already, or do I have to change? Do I even have mounting hardware for this? I think we can change this. I'm gonna flip these around the other way. This is just an Arctic CLC. So we've got a 280 out as well in case I have trouble with this one, but it should work fine. Typically I like to use the 360s for these larger CPUs. I was just looking at the cold plate like, did we sand that cold plate? But nope. It's just very shiny with a studio light right above it. Hopefully that lines up. Like I said, I haven't socketed this on LGA 2066 or anything yet. Why Intel? Oh yes, as we know, Intel should never be used ever. Why Intel? Because I really liked the 7980XE. I already have one. It's still a really good CPU, 18 core, very easy to overclock, deliddable with great performance with liquid metal. It's a lot to like about it as an enthusiast. That doesn't mean I think you should buy one. Also, this is discontinued anyway. But this CPU is no longer getting use here, and so it made a great candidate to use for this build. I also just really liked working with it. Kind of like the enthusiast CPU. Yeah, it's not always. There's a lot of like this attitude that you should only ever use AMD now, but there's a lot to be said for these older Intel CPUs where they weren't soldered, because it's just such a fun. If you're more into the enthusiast side of things and you like just kind of having a project for a weekend, they're fun because you can delid them and do a lot of overclocking. They're pretty good overclockers if you have a sufficient loop. They're competitive for 3D Mark type scoring. So fun for that reason. Also, kind of rare now. Hard to get these. Okay, cool. So that is gonna fit. That's good. Let's pull that off and put some thermal paste, not liquid metal, put some thermal paste on there. I just wanted to make sure I had all the mounting hardware I needed because I didn't actually check the bag to see if it had spring tensioning or anything. And it's an online manual, so I don't really want to go get that. So let's pull that and then do I've got Cryonaut over here somewhere. There it is. All right. Just make sure I don't want to use liquid metal for the, you could, but let's clean that a little bit. But I prefer to stick with just paste for on top of the IHS. I need another shop towel. Just because there's kind of diminishing returns once you get above the die. The direct die or die to IHS, there's a lot to be gained. But it's just gonna be easier for me to maintain if we do paste on top. Okay, that's very clean now. Let's clean this one off. That looks good. Let me just see if there's any chats, super chats to do. Let's see. Got Serpents, got the Stigs. Nathan Tipton. Let's scroll down. As a mountain biker, what's your opinion of gravel biking? It's not what I like to do, but sometimes I'll ride gravel if there's really, like if it's too stormy or something. I don't really have strong opinions about how other people ride their bikes, but I think it's, it's on the boring side of what I'd like to do. But if you're just out there to do some exercise, then that's fine. What do you think, Andrew? Do we need to dump the rest of this tube on there to make chat freak out?
Maybe like 3 or 6 times more.
Andrew says 3 to 6 times more thermal paste. Okay. Will this make people happy? Thing is, I'm actually going to be taking this cooler off, so I don't want to clean it. We're going to stop there, even though I want to do it for the memes. All right. So, fairly clean. Let's pop that on. Oh, one thing to watch out for with these Arctic coolers is because it's got the cable coming out of the bottom next to the cold plate, make sure you don't mount it with the cable under the cold plate. Okay. Put more paste? Really? Normally you guys don't want more paste. Someone says already triggered. Okay, all right. They want more thermal paste. Yeah, somehow I don't think that would completely cover the surface if we applied enough tension to spread it out. So I guess chat's right. Maybe we should empty this $12 tube onto it. Oh no, bad news. That's all that's left. Meme destroyed. I don't really want to open a new one just for that. Would be funny. But we did that enough in Linus's stream already. Oh my god, do you buy that in toothpaste tubes? I don't think that's my toothpaste tubes don't look like that. No, not really. Where'd that screw go? Why? Why do you do this to me? Fortunately, we're just gonna boot this and then see if it works. So I'm not gonna, normally I would reapply paste for that, but it doesn't really matter. It's gonna spread with the amount I put on there. These might be aluminum screws, unfortunately, so they are not magnetic. Let's see, super chats. Daijo Boo says, I think Gamers Nexus is a pretty cool guy. He kills Stadia controllers and doesn't afraid of anything. We did definitely kill that one Stadia controller. That thing was not easy to get apart until I got a Dremel involved, and then it was very easy to take apart. BBS Customs. So Brian giving me $5. Please build this in the Ramsey 780. Don't do it for me. Do it for the people. Think of the people, Steve, Brian says. Brian sent us that case. It's on the floor behind me to my left. As you can see, it's getting a lot of use. It's been there since we reviewed it. We'll move it at some point. But it's just so important right now that it needs to stay there. No, I don't think I want to build this in there. That sounds like an awful time. Sounds like a great way to negate all the effort on the liquid metal. Let's get this Ryzen CPU out of here. Just reading the comment. I got a glimpse of the dark core mouse. Any thoughts on it? I don't mind it. We've been using it on the stream bench for a while now, and it's fine. I think my favorite mice are still like the G900 and some of the G series from Logitech, but that one's definitely fine. I haven't really gamed with it or anything though. I just use it here for a stream system. I think we'll hook this one in. Let's just do, where's a good header I can use? Let's just use one of these down here for now. Okay, let's rotate this. These fans are kind of inconvenient. Well, I guess we'll do it like that. I need some fan extensions, I think. One sec, let me grab fan extension cables. So one thing I've kind of criticized on the Arctic stuff is the really short fan cables. But it's because they expect you to plug it into a cable coming out of the pump. All right. So a reminder, if you want to pick up a mod mat similar to the one I'm working on, the large isn't in stock right now. We have trouble keeping it in stock, but the medium is in stock. It's got GPU designs on it. Same high-end material. It's anti-static. It's made by a factory that makes stuff for clean rooms. We've verified its ESD properties with testing, and it's also just a really rugged work surface. So we've got the mediums on store.gamersnexus.net. If you want to pick one of those up, they're in stock, shipping now. Okay. Cool. Colors are great. I need a power supply of some sort. Do we have one out here? No. Is there a power supply doing nothing in here that I can use?
No, but there are a lot on the top of the shelf.
Just gonna grab a power supply. Oh, here's one. Okay. Let's see what Super Chat's saying. DJ POB, $10. I literally just received my mod mat. It's awesome. Thanks very much. Awesome. I'm happy to hear that. Good timing. Enjoy it. I mean, it's definitely my favorite thing we've ever made. We've been using them every single day for like 3 years now. This is going to be a little bit of a messy setup. Von Lark, $5, says, but no further message. Daniel Silva, $10. I recognize that name. Good luck putting together the new build. Thank you. If you've sent super chats before, I recognize it. If not, then you have an imposter. And should perhaps be concerned, because it's actually not possible for two people to have the same name. Next one is from Deep Fried Lettuce. That name I 100% recognize. I've definitely said that name numerous times in live streams. Deep Fried Lettuce says, any plans to import stuff from Taobao? DDR4 with CXMT dies, boutique China only ITX cases, Jiaoshin CPUs, and so on. We have in the past. We have some interesting content in that vein coming up, so keep an eye out the next probably couple weeks or so. But just content though, nothing we're selling or anything like that. Actually don't need this second one, but okay. All right, do we need anything else? GPU, I guess, for video, and an SSD I have somewhere. I actually don't really need the SSD yet, but going to be easier to install before the GPU. That's a pain. This is the downside to boards with like these shrouds everywhere. I'll probably just permanently remove this shroud, I don't know. Let's see. So if you're just tuning in, we are doing liquid metal on this 7980XE. I really liked working with this CPU as an enthusiast, you know, on that side of things, and that's why we're using it. We're giving it some new life because it's been retired from testing. We're not going to do revisits for a long time. We might visit the 99 at some point, but that's probably about it. The 79 is the same as the 99, other than some clock speed differences and the solder. And the solder is actually worse for thermals for what I'm doing than the thermal paste one, because the thermal paste one's easy to delid, which is what we have here. I need a video card. So I'm going to grab, I think, a GT 1030, probably a DDR4, because it is one of the least useful cards, but does not require power and is always on the shelf. I'm just going to see if it turns on. I've not tested this board or pre-tested anything, which is always a great idea for a live stream. Just have my pile of chemicals over here. So, Andrew, there's like a fat power cable on the floor near you. You're one of the ones that has like these larger teeth on it. If you can run that up here, that'd be helpful. Let's see what's chat saying. Thank you. Hello, I need a mesh case. Which would you choose? Cooler Master TD500 or Be Quiet 500DX? I don't really have a problem with either of those. I think we generally liked them both. So I would honestly go based on looks for the most part, because thermally they're both pretty good performers. We've got charts for them and reviews. I mean, I wouldn't stress too much over either of those cases. If there's one you like more, that's more affordable, then go for that one. Okay, does it have everything it needs? I think so. Oh, video, where's that? Right here, okay. I think this is pretty good cable management. I don't know. I saw Jay's How to Manage Your Cables video recently. So it's a pretty good teacher, because this is about the best cables I've ever managed, I think. Could use a few more. Maybe like, that looks good. Pretty happy with that. Wish I had more cables. Yeah, this one. Let's see, what's chat saying? Do you think a 9900K will bottleneck a 3090 or 3080? I'm not even going to try and answer that question. I have no idea. It's not out yet, so we'll find out. We'll find out once we get them in. That's a good sound. Now it's going to go beep beep beep. We got video. I'll turn the monitor in a second. See if we can get into BIOS. Nice. Okay. Cool. So it is going to go into BIOS. That's good. Where did I stop on the super chats? Got Brian's, got Daniel Silva's, deep fried lettuce. Dale Johnson, $5. Thanks for the mod, Matt. I'm starting construction on my studio this week. Nice. And I'll be featured once my workbench is built. Double nice. Keep up the good content. Good luck on the studio construction. That's I enjoy that kind of stuff. For a limited amount of time anyway. It's fun until you need to start using it. And then you discover all of the things you've put in bad places that are suboptimal. So we're at 22C on the CPU. This is a pretty accurate sensor, BIOS sensor. BIOS is not like load intensive or anything. I don't know why the scale. I probably need to change the scaling on the monitor. Maybe I hit a button. This monitor is getting shipped out with Linus's giveaway that he did for his contest. So I'm not familiar. I haven't learned it because it's going to someone else. But how do I exit this menu? Nope. Just turning it off works. Yeah, so 22 is good. All I'm really looking for right now is like, so with liquid metal, and we might still see this once I get into Windows, but it's pretty easy to need to do an application twice. And just because like if it shifts around during installation, which ours did, and I was pretty careful about that, then you may need to install it twice. And in this instance, 22 is what I'm looking for. Typically you'll see it in like 30s, 40s when it's idle if it's a really bad application. Could still be a bad application though. So I don't think I've used this board before, which means we don't need to worry about anything screwy left over in BIOS to sabotage myself. And I'm just going to boot into Windows, set up a quick task to run it, and then we'll see how it does. It's been a while since I've used this CPU. I really wish I had more cables.
So.
Oh, there's some over there. I just really like cable. Oh, there's one right there. I'm just cable managing the computer. That's the best looking build I've ever done. Can you get a close up on the way that cable's moving? I just think it really brings the build to life. Looks like nothing's been left unplugged. So for best picture quality, change the resolution. Really? I shouldn't use it in 1024 by 768? Let's see, do I have any software? I'll turn the monitor once I check on the on what software's on this drive, if it's actually usable for us today. Let's see. Okay. So, I do have hardware info on here. Do I have like some kind of Cinebench or something? This PC. Okay. Let's see what I have for Cinebench R20 and R15 are both on here. Let's run R15. You can enjoy the beautiful 1024 by 768 resolution. It's commonly misunderstood that you actually shouldn't use the whole monitor. You should always buy about 6 times as much monitor as you're going to use because it makes the frame rate faster. That's not true. Someone's going to repeat that and think it's true. Temperatures are good so far. We'll see. I don't know. I'm a little nervous because normally I don't do a liquid metal application live once. It's not catastrophic. That's good. Cool. Nice. We didn't have a catastrophic failure on live stream. So typically, a bad look, there's like a few, this is good. We're in good shape here. But allow me to explain liquid metal a little more. So works really well. Typically in the 70s watts per meter Kelvin, assuming you have like, you can't really compare brand to brand thermal conductivity numbers. They measure them different ways. Intra-brand, they normally measure it the same way. So Thermal Grizzly uses the same testing as far as I'm aware. And liquid metal, their Conductonaut, they rate at 73 watts per meter Kelvin, somewhere around there. And Thermal Grizzly's Cryonaut, I think, is around 12. So those should be directly comparable because I think they test them and validate them the same way. So also, liquid metal is a really thin layer, which is what we have on the CPU right now in the IHS. That helps a lot. And then significantly more helpful than just being a thin layer is that we previously removed a layer of silicone adhesive, that glue, from the IHS. This is an AMD CPU. You can see a little bit of the glue left around the borders there. And this one, I scraped more of it off, but on the Intel CPU in there right now, I left a layer of glue around the outer edge of the substrate that was really thinned down. That was to give me a guide of where to apply it in the future, but it is it's trimmed down a lot. We took off at least half the silicone adhesive. So that helps a lot with thermals. Next thing you need to know about liquid metal, typically a bad application materializes in one of two primary ways. The first one is where you boot in like I just did here. You run Cinebench as a quick short-term test so it doesn't abuse it too much, but just enough to find problems. And what you'll see is core-to-core deltas that are really wide if it's a bad application. So to give you an example, well, first of all, let me caveat this. You should never look at the max column for like an actual test. You should be averaging. But for purposes of a spot check, what we're going to look for is the highest value, which I think is 43. And we're going to look for the lowest value, which I think is 33. Is that right? That's right. These numbers down here are distance from TJ Maxx. They're not the temperatures. It's a distance from the max temperature. So 43 to 33 is a range of 10 degrees. So our core-to-core delta, in the worst case, I don't think I'm misreading this, am I? Is it really only 10? 10's pretty great. This is actually a very good liquid metal application, if I say so myself, but I wasn't expecting it to be because it's been so long. So what you don't want is you don't want like a 33, and then let's say the 43 is actually, let's say we have one core. I've had this happen a lot. That's like 90, 95, maybe TJ Maxx. So typically what that means is you've got one spot somewhere on the die or the IHS where there's just no liquid metal, or it's not contacting the IHS, which is why you need it on both sides. Surface tension comes into play where it'll connect itself and form a bridge, sort of. So this is good. That's what we want to see. We need to run under Blender and stuff. I'll do that, off stream when it's kind of boring. We don't need to watch that. Sorry, Andrew. I don't mean to insult Blender. Just shaking his head. Kind of boring to watch it render, though. So I'll do a longer term test later. But typically, Cinebench will unearth a severe application problem immediately. So we're not seeing that. The second way, so there's two ways you can have a really bad application materialize. The second way is super easy to prevent, but it is an actually catastrophic failure. Whereas this, if you run hot, that's okay. Unbuild it. It sucks because you have to undo all this beautiful cable management that we spent a really long time on. But you unbuild the system, you clean it off, you redo it, no big deal. Or don't even clean it, you just apply a little more or smooth it out. Or if you do too much and it's watery, you can take like the syringe and siphon it back up by pulling the tube, the plunger on the tube. So the way that second failure materializes, though, is if you don't protect the SMDs around the outer edge. This doesn't apply to Intel desktop, but it does to HEDT. Desktop CPUs, I can get one, don't have any SMDs on them at risk, but the HEDT ones do. You saw that one I was working on has a double substrate, and the top one has a bunch of stuff on it. But let me grab this one. What is this? A delidded Intel CPU for desktop. Yeah, this will work. What is this? This might be a 7350K. I'm not sure what this is. So if you check that out, that's been sitting on the shelf for a while. I think it's a 7350K. There's Ryzen. So Ryzen, HEDT, Intel, HEDT, AMD Threadripper have these surface mount devices like caps and stuff surrounding the silicon you have to be careful of with liquid metal contact, shorting them. And then desktop Intel, you can see it's just a substrate. You don't need to really worry about anything there. So something like this then, what you would want to do, I've actually already done on this, but I'll demonstrate it right now because I didn't do it earlier on stream. Typically take some just nail polish, and there are specific mixtures that are safer to use than others. I forget the chemicals you want in them. Otherwise, I'd say it, but I don't want to misrepresent it. So you could check one of our. I think we look up like. Probably, let me look it up. Let me see. We wrote an article on it a while ago. Let me see if I can get the chemical mixture. Yes. Okay. I have an old article. Learning Delidding and Liquid Metal Application on the 7900X is the title of the article. And in this one, I've got quotes from probably VSG. Yes. So the quote we had was, let's see. Where's the relevant parts? Yeah, okay, cool. So the reason you use nail polish on the SMDs is, let me read this quote we got from VSG previously, from an expert previously. The quote was, nail polish typically has nitrocellulose or another functionalized cellulose in it, which forms a thin, stable film without a gap over items such as fingernails or capacitors that you use it over. And he says an alkyl acetate helps move it into place and then promptly evaporates, leaving behind just the thin film. So that's what you use to protect them. You can also use conformal coating or something. I think Thermal Grizzly is actually working on one of those. Start streaming. Okay, I just launched start streaming. So we might be back. Let me check YouTube. Can you check if it's back up, Patrick? Okay. We might be back. Let's see, go live. Okay. Excellent connection. Thank you, YouTube. Let's see. We are back. Okay, cool. I don't know what happened. All I did was reboot the computer. Weird. Because we're not streaming off the one that's in front of me. So, whatever. All right, sorry about that. I'm not sure what caused the drop. Let me go just tweet that we're back. We are back. Stream dropped briefly, but it's back up and running. Okay. All right. Sorry for the inconvenience. Do you have audio? Can you hear me okay? Sometimes OBS doesn't quite pick up audio the first time we boot it. Okay. Good? Okay. All right, sweet. Well, sorry about that. Anyway, if you want the information on the nail polish stuff, it's on the site for why, like which chemical composition you want. But all I did after the stream dropped for a minute or two without like looking at the screen to realize it dropped was show the nail polish application over SMDs, and then I explained how that will dry and harden to form a protective layer over the SMDs in the event you have any liquid metal spill over, so that you don't short the caps. Now, if you short them, it can cause permanent damage, or you might get lucky and you'll blow one up and it'll still work fine. They're mostly for filtration and on the power side. That's not wholly necessary to be as it was designed, so you can lose a couple of caps. I guess we picked up a lot of the viewers back. Thanks for coming back. Sorry for the inconvenience. So, let's see. I'm not comfortable putting nail polish on my SMDs. Well, then don't put liquid metal on your die. I don't know what to tell you. Stream seems unstable, keeps freezing. Patrick, can you make sure nothing's downloading or uploading anything? Maybe just shut down the editing systems. I don't know, it doesn't show dropped frames here, so try refreshing. I'm trying to see if it's unstable or not. Refresh, yeah, refresh. Just try F5. Okay, people say it's all right. Okay, so it's fine, thank you. Good stream. All right, cool, we're good then. Stream is stable AF. That's very stable. I think that is the stablest you can be. All right, so yeah, the nail polish or conformal coating, I explained all this when the stream was dead and I didn't know it, unfortunately. But either of those work. Make sure there's no toluene in the nail polish mixture. Apply it to the SMD and it'll protect it if it shorts. Well, not if it shorts. It won't short because it'll be protected. Okay. Yeah, someone says I dropped video quality. If you F5, you'll get the higher quality option back. Okay. So, yes, we've got everything stable. I'm really happy with except for the stream system. We need to rebuild that one next, apparently. I actually probably should rebuild it. It's 1950X, and it's a very old build of the OS. But yeah, temperatures were great, so I'm pretty happy with this at this point. I need to put it into a computer, but I might save that for another time just because the stream issue we just had, I don't want to run into that again while I'm building a computer because I'm never going to notice it if it goes down. So let me take some super chats and cover some of those, and then I think, do we need to explain any more of the liquid metal stuff? I think I got all that pretty well. Let's see. What's chat saying? Everyone's just saying, yeah, F5 and it'll look fine. Cool. All right, nice. Okay, so I could overclock it a little bit, I guess. I haven't worked on the CPU in so long, though. I don't really remember where I had the clocks for it. 3330 was our baseline. No, I don't want to save the score. Let's restart. And unfortunately, I'm gonna have to clean up my cables I worked so hard on. Okay, I'm just being careful how I move them so I don't like pull out the video card. Okay, that's all the cables. I'm just gonna go into BIOS and see if there's anything we can really work on in here. Let's do memory XMP. I'll worry about that more later. Fans. Let's blast the fans. Except for the VRM fans, I don't want to increase those. Let's go to 100%, that power fans VRM. 100%, I think that's the pump. All right, and then it's been, I feel like it's like RIP-J or RIP-LTT1. I haven't done any overclock on this CPU in so long. I also don't remember the frequencies of this CPU, like what stock is. I should have looked, and let's do that. Let's look in Windows. Check in Windows, see what it runs at natively. Let's see, 7980XE specs. I'm just going to do a quick overclock on this thing, I think, instead of doing the assembly in the system. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Depends on the stream viewership coming back and stuff. We've had a lot of people come back, though. I might put it in the system, but it's not like it's much different than what we've already done. We did the hard part of new liquid metal. So the specs say 4.2 max turbo and then 2.6 processor and base frequency. All right. The fans are spinning at a different RPM. I just maxed them all out, so yeah, they should be spinning at a different RPM. Fans don't have the same, they're plus or minus 10% for the RPM range normally, so you will see a different RPM. You can really see that this this video card and this OS are just playing really well together. So let's go to Cinebench. And let me check on what the stock frequency is when it's running a test. Temperatures were good, though. And that was without even having max fan speeds on. All right, so it's like 3,400, which means we have a lot of room to improve that. Temperatures are looking great. So our max delta is still like about 10 degrees, so that's really cool. Let's do an overclock on this. I don't know what I'm gonna clock it to. We'll try maybe start with like a 41 all core and then move up from there. Let's see. See, is this a CPU from when Intel was only on 14 nanometers? Oh, 14 nanometers plus? I actually don't know. I don't know anymore how many pluses there were on each CPU. It is from a while ago, but I don't know if it was only if it is a CPU with merely one plus, or if it has 4 pluses. Let's get rid of the AVX offset. Mesh ratio, probably want at like 32 at the end of all this, but let's leave that alone for now so we only adjust 1 voltage at a time. CPU VIN, 1.9, and then V-core, let's do like one, I don't really remember what the V-core was I was using I probably should have looked at the V-core when it was running. Yeah, let's do auto and see what it does. It's gonna go crazy, I'm sure. I'm gonna set it to auto, I'm gonna look at V-core when it runs, and then I'm gonna bring it down from that, because they normally overshoot on the auto. You can always like really shave off a lot of temperature on your system, even if you don't want to overclock. Use like hardware info and look at SVI2 for AMD, or the V-core readout for different motherboards for Intel. And what you can do is just check what it's running when you do different workloads, like Cinebench all-core workload, for example, and try bringing V-core down with an override or an adaptive offset rather than auto. And you can often reduce the temperature a lot of the system without even technically overclocking. It's not even really undervolting either. You're just fixing the auto garbage that the BIOS has already applied. So that's a really good trick to improve performance without much effort, or at least thermal performance, which lets you bring the fan speed down too. Make a shortcut to this. Create shortcut. Bring that over. Okay. Let's get Steam out of here and run. Watch it freak out, I'm sure. It's probably set some stupid voltage. vCore 1.028 on the motherboard reading. Any other vCore readouts? Normally you get a couple. Where's the CPU? vCore. Oh, that's a different one. That's not actually vCore. So I'm thinking 1.0 something is what it's actually running. In which case, let's see if it's running and holding that. What I'm doing right now is I'm looking at all of these no's. I'm looking to see if any of these, like this one, if any of them say yes. That would indicate a throttle, and it's either going to be thermal or power. We need to go do the power offsets next to make sure that it's not going to run into power limitations. So I'm going to go turn off any of those that are in BIOS, although this is EVGA. They don't typically surface those settings. Let's see. Oh, VR out, thanks. That's been a while. You can't use XTU on this? I can. I don't know what its I don't know what its status is. We just pulled this drive off a shelf. It wasn't set up or anything. All right, let's see. Let me catch up on Super Chats a little bit while we got this going. So, where did I stop on these Super Chats? I see 3090 questions. Let's see. I'm just catching up, looking for the last one I read. Dale Johnson, I got yours. Okay, I think that's where we stopped. King Darkside said, pretty sure I can't use liquid metal with aluminum. I wasn't impressed with temperatures with EK's paste. I'll be using the link below. Thanks. So, yeah, I don't know if this is referencing a previous question. Maybe I misunderstood the previous question. So, to be clear then, I think earlier there was a question about like aluminum versus copper, and I was thinking like radiator. But if you're talking cold plate, then don't use liquid metal with an aluminum cold plate. Fortunately, there's a big warning card in the package when you buy it that says that. But if you're talking radiator, it doesn't care. Like the liquid metal doesn't care what it's not contacting, obviously. But if you're talking cold plate, aluminum cold plate's very uncommon. But if you have one, then don't mix liquid metal with that. Bruce Jackson says, appreciate all the work you do. Any chance you will do a few more Ryzen CPU and memory OC shows for beginners? Would like to learn the minimum changes required to improve performance for 3900X and Gigabyte Aorus masterboard. Probably. We did that like 2-hour stream not long ago where we showed the some of the best ways to do some basic overclocking on Ryzen, memory, and what else did we do? We did Infinity Fabric, all that, all core. So that I'd probably just point you there. That's pretty complete. Let's see, VR out. VR. CPU, so vSyn. I think we're going to be down in the motherboard section for that. Oops. I need to take some more super chats too. We fell behind when the, oh there it is, VRV out. Cool. Run. So we're just auto right now for everything. It's just 1.0 is what it says. Okay, well. VR, VR, VR. Okay, all right. Let me boot into BIOS and set up a quick overclock. Okay, next one. Blendinator, $20. Got a bud looking for an app for the absolute quietest cooling and case for 10900K. Any advice? Hashtag Sergi on YouTube. Quietest cooling and case for 10900K. Well, it's going to depend how you configure it, but an open front, like a mesh case, will give you more room to bring the fan speeds down because it can breathe more. So maybe like a LAN Cool 2 mesh, a P400A, P500A, something like that. That's pretty breathable in the front. TD500, stuff like that. 11 dynamic. And then probably like Arctic, CLC 2, Liquid Freezer 2, 280. Other good EK's AIOs, pretty good performer too. You'll have to bring their fan speeds down manually, but they'll work well for you. Okay, so let's go to 44. I'm just gonna do a quick OC today, nothing crazy. And vCore, override. I don't know what the LLC is like on this board. 1.2 is gonna be kind of high, we'll see how it handles. Leave that alone. vMesh. Where's offset? Uncore offset. 500 millivolts, not volts. Mesh, let's put that up to 30. Let's see what that does. Okay, next one is from Andy John, 500 yen. Says, how can I buy a mod mat and get it shipped to China? I think you should be able to just do that. I think if you go to add to cart and then checkout, the medium's in stock, the large isn't, so you can't add that to cart right now. And you should be able to just enter your shipping address. I don't think there's a reason that wouldn't work. Let's catch up on a few more. So Nick S, $10. I installed an AIO on my inverted motherboard build, and now it's sucking heat out of the air. What? And pumping it into the CPU. Oh, okay, all right. I'm less confused now that I read the rest. Is this standard, or will the cooler create a wormhole and implode? So I think this is a really serious question. And the answer is 42. Joseph Geisner, thanks for the overclocking guides. Was able to push my R5 3600 to 4.6 gigahertz all core. I mean, that's pretty good. Like, that's 3600 XT levels of performance. That's very good for all core for a 3600. Glad to have helped with that. Robert Mal, $5. Feeling experimental, might disrupt some software market share later. JMill Customs, $5. I never miss your content. That could be read two ways. Thanks for providing us with qualifiable data. Just got the email today that my mod mat shipped. Keep up the hard work. Awesome. Yes, most of the back orders are shipped, and if you haven't gotten your email notice yet, you probably will soon. But you can always email support team, support@gamersnexus.net if you need help with it. Or you can pick stuff up like the mouse mats, the wireframe mouse mat, in stock and shipping now, however brief that may be. We're pretty low on inventory. And the medium mod mats. Is it going to die? I don't really, it's been so long since I've overclocked these, I don't remember what the settings are that I should be using. It is holding 44, which is, in fact, the number I typed in randomly. Temperatures are pretty good. Our core-to-core is getting a bit higher. That's not terrible, but I'm not too happy about those 70 numbers against the 50s. Normally you want these numbers to be pretty close together for core-to-core deltas. 20 is not uncommon for these Intel HEDT parts. Once you lap the IHS, you can bring these core-to-core deltas a lot closer, and we haven't lapped this one. So, but we do have some more room yet. Obviously, for long-term use, I'd need to go up in like thermal performance. You have to keep an eye on for any long-term testing. This isn't like a long enough test to qualify if it's what its max steady state temperature would be. 4340 is pretty good though for the score. That's a 1,000-point increase with like zero effort and barely any recollection of how I overclocked this a few years ago. Next one, TVG Games Company. I have a Lian Li O11 3950X and GeForce 2080 Ti OC11G. It gets to 78 degrees Celsius. It's very loud. What is practical that I can do for power, thermals, and noise? 78C is really not bad. Loud is bad. You could probably bring the fan speeds down and let it run a little hotter, like in the low 80s, and maybe not have as much of a noise issue. Power, you can't do anything other than trying to bring down the voltages it's running. So if you're running, I was talking about that a second ago, you're running on a board that's a little happy on the voltage, like a lot of the gigabyte ones, then you could potentially bring down your voltage manually, run at the same frequencies. Be careful with Ryzen though. If you undervolt too much on Ryzen, it'll still run and it'll trick you into thinking you've gotten some stable, amazing 1.0 volts V-core, but it'll drop performance. So you need to validate it with Cinebench or something just to make sure you're not losing points by setting something unstable or untenable to the CPU running. So that's one thing I would do is check V-core, see if you can manually override and improve it. Second thing I would do is, for your noise issue, I'd just manually bring the fan speeds down until you're maybe in the low 80s. Sacrifice some of that thermal performance for reduced noise. That's more noticeable to you anyway. And then after that, you start talking about maybe optimizing the fan layout, things like that. So more hardware changes at that point. Those are my recommendations though. Okay. Let's see how this goes. 4.6. Oh, that's effective clock. We don't care about that. There it is running 4.6. 4.6. Thermals are good. Really happy with that. So we're still, what's our disparity? 55, 78. That's kind of stretching what I like to see, but that's not uncommon for this generation. Again, lapping it would fix that, but we're still really good place thermally. Oh, that was pretty simple OC. I'm going to do a shutdown and then I'll turn it back on and we'll push it a little higher. Still catching up on the super chats. Okay, so what's chat saying? Talking about 3950Xs. Joseph Geisner got yours. JML Customs got yours. Okay, here's a new one. I'm just running through super chat. John Gogo says, "Hey Steve, when I started pursuing music, my passion for tech faded." Where'd it go? Finding you and Linus 10 years later has reignited it. Many thanks. I mean, that's awesome. Linus does a really good job, I think, at bringing people into the space or back into the space who've maybe either been out of it for a while or were never into computers and tech. I kind of joke with him when we see him that I view him as like an anchor store. Like we're the small weird shop that sells like medieval loots, and Linus is next door and he's like Staples or something. So he's really good at bringing people into the shopping center, so to speak. And then they kind of work their way out, find people like what we do, like Der Bauer, Bearded Hardware, stuff like that. So that's awesome that you got back into it. The Medieval Bard musical instrument store. Stephen Burnell, $5. My 1-year-old liquid metal job was 100% dry when I removed the heatsink. Acetone, 99% alcohol are minimally useful. Any help? Physical bumps, not just stain. I've had that too. I think last time I ran into that, I tried whatever Rocket Cool like compound they were selling, but I think I ended up actually just using like a wire brush to sand it, which kind of sucks because then you're inviting a lot of work. So this is unstable, so we're going to bring the voltage up. So unfortunately, best fix to getting that stuff off, maybe try like something a little softer to scrape it first, like a spudger or something plastic that's softer than the metal so you're not scratching it. If you can't get it out with that, then you might need to just commit to sanding it. You could use like a steel wall or something, and you'll have to work, into a higher and higher grit to get it to more of a polish, so it's not too rough, because then you're creating new problems. So it sounds like an afternoon of work to me, or more, unfortunately. But that is the way to smooth it back out. Now, do you need to smooth it back out? I guess if there's physical bumps, yes. But I typically have been able to get those out with like a spudger without scratching the IHS. So that can happen, but what I would do first is Try to get them off with some plastic, reapply liquid metal, see how it does. If you're not happy with it, then probably steel wool and work your way up the grits and sanding. It sucks though, because like sanding internally inside the IHS, you've got those bumps around the outer edge where it doesn't really give you a lot of room, you know, to work with sanding. So not going to be easy, but it is fixable. So that's the good news, because I've run into the same thing. All right, we need a little more voltage, I think. This might not be a 4/8's pretty high on this, pretty ambitious for this. Linus is like Top Gear. You're more like precision race car tuners. I think their Bauer's like the tuner. Or is he the driver maybe? I don't know. In that analogy. Let's see. Aiden Montgomery in chat says, I got into building ages ago from Newegg videos. I think Paul was hosting the ones I watched. Probably. Paul, I feel like that was a little bit of a different era where all these retailers were putting out some of the best content. And Paul and eventually Kyle really got a lot of people into the space and did a good job with builds and going to shows and stuff like that as video developed. Of course, they split off on their own later on, but Paul did some of the earliest videos I saw too. I remember seeing his original How to Build a Computer guide. It was many years after I had built my first one, but it was the first video guide I had seen on the topic. Okay, so it's trying to boot. Dave Leviathan Prim. Will PSU Steve be used in this build? I got that one earlier. Jab ASWT. Ever think about mineral oil PC and using some way to cool the mineral oil? Good idea, bad idea? It's an idea that's been done. It is a terrible mess and it's a pain. So, fun idea maybe, but the parts are going to be oily basically forever after that. And it is kind of gross. Like, stuff's, yeah, I don't know. It's just not super worth it, I don't think. Luke did one a long time. I think Luke from LTT actually used that system personally. Eric Crutchell, your content is, oh, this is about the Intel comment I made earlier. We're way behind the super chats because the stream crashed in the middle. Your content is what is relevant. Love the shout out. Keep the detailed content flowing. We will definitely do that. Daniel Bostic, have you heard about Logitech G Pro having erroneous double clicking problems? I'm on my third one and still having issues. I haven't heard that specifically. I have had a lot of mice that double click with age, but if you're on your third one, I'm assuming they're RMAs. At some point, it may be worth trying to just get a refund and buy something new. But we do have one G Pro in the office. I don't think it double clicks though. But also only one. Is it gonna survive or is it gonna be too hot? Well, it crashed, but it didn't shut down, so that's good. Let's reset and increase the voltage to like 1.25 set. Next one is from Kristen Langer, PHP, is that Philippines, I think? 125, thank you. Your AIO videos were great. Good emphasis on telling off users who gave other YouTubers a hard time. How do you clean your mouse pads when they get dirty? Mouse pads are easy to clean. Soap and water works great, and you typically just kind of, I mean, it's just soap and water. You can just dump it on there and don't let it soak like overnight or anything, but let it soak for a second and do some really light scrubbing on the surface, not something too abrasive, but like maybe a microfiber cloth or something to just pick up the debris. I haven't personally done this, but I know our distributor, I'm not saying this is necessarily something I recommend because I haven't tried it, but I need to. I know our distributor has just thrown mouse pads in his like clothes washer. He needs to run it without heat. So you'd want to run it with the same settings you'd use for delicates, like for sportswear, athletic wear, stuff like that. And run it low heat, low tumble, and then do not put it in the dryer. And then once it comes out of the washer, just hand it dry. And I mean, that should really clean it out pretty damn well. That'll work with most mouse pads, especially the ones with the stitching at the borders like ours, where they'll be kind of held together while it's getting washed. I do want to personally watch some of mine that way and see if we can make a short like side channel video on it if it works out well. Let's see, Sean D. Screw TRX. I'm guessing that's Threadripper you're talking about. Here at Beeve Sturk's Liquid Metal Emporium, we are getting our money's worth out of this 3-year-old $2,000 79 to 80 XE come hell or high water. That's for damn sure, especially after the crash earlier. But it is up and running now, and I'm pretty happy with the thermal performance that we're seeing. I mean, this is just a 360 CLC. It's not that crazy. I've got better cooling in the computer I'm eventually going to move it into. And turn off the overhead light. The fact that we're like under 80 degrees with a quick, I know it's just quick Cinebench run, we need to run a sustained load, but the fact that we were there with overclocks is pretty good. I think this 4.8 is not going to work for me, but the 4.6, 4.7 looks pretty doable, so that's great. Big upgrade. I'm one crazy cow says, Der Bauer dishwasher cleaning. Oh my God, not again. Oh, okay, apparently Linus did a, it sounds like people are saying, so Linus, I remember he did the keyboard cleaning in a dishwasher video. From what one of those comments in chat just said, it sounds like he may have also put the mouse pad in. I haven't tried that. I haven't tried it in a dishwasher. Like, I think the disconnect for me with clean it in a dishwasher trend for tech versus clean it in like for cloth, for mouse pad or something, clean it in a clothes washer. The disconnect I run into is the things that go in the dishwasher are used to consume things. And I don't really like the idea of putting like PCBs and stuff in the dishwasher. It might be fine, I guess it drains out, but not really not how I want to approach it. I'd rather clean it some other way. Unless you have multiple dishwashers, one for cleaning your computer parts and one for cleaning the dishes. Okay, let's see. I just brought it down to 4.7 all-core. This is kind of fun to work with. I'm looking forward to maybe doing a separate stream later that's full-on overclocking of this CPU or something. I don't know what we'll do, because I really enjoyed working on this one years ago. I don't remember a damn thing about how I overclocked it back then. We're at 4.7. It is going to complete this run. Holding my breath because I spoke a little soon on that. And that Core 0 is way better than the rest of the cores, so I'm not too happy about Core 0 temperature. Not because it's low, but because the core-to-core delta. This, to me, based on experience, looks less like a liquid metal thing, because I don't think you're going to have liquid metal application that's like so phenomenally good on one core, but then everything else is disparate. Normally what you'll see is everything else is okay, and then there's one super high. That's not what we're seeing here, though. Everything else is kind of averaged out in the middle, and we've got one core really cold, which that tells me that this is probably more of an IHS height issue, where the thickness of the IHS where Core 0 is might be the catalyst for why we're seeing such a low temperature on that specific core. So that would be solved with a CPU lap. 4556, that is a big jump from 3330 that we had when we first ran it. I'm pretty happy with that. I think we're going to stop there. I can do some tuning on like the V core and everything. This wasn't meant to be an overclocking thing, though. This was just meant to be getting the system going, apply liquid metal. So I think what I can do at this point is definitely need to get through the super chats and shout out some of the store purchases. Let me see if I can maybe transplant this into the computer while doing those, but I think I would need probably some help to do that at the same time. What are you working on? NR200? Yeah. Do you want to help me get through some super chats? We need the other transmitter. If you want to bring the camera to a neutral position, Andrew, I'll just get this set up and then maybe help Patrick with the transmitter. Set it to mute before you turn it on, just so there's not any weird noise.
Oh, right, okay.
We're going to get another transmitter plugged in. Might need batteries, I don't know. And Patrick's going to help me get through super chats while we also build the system. I just looked at the light because I thought the camera was there, and now I'm blind. So we're gonna get through super chats and do stuff at the same time. All right. Let's see. I'm just checking on the comments. Is anything interesting being said right now? Hi, Gamers Nexus, someone, Toonami says. Hi. Okay, so, yeah, let me set this up so that we can read and build at the same time for getting through these super chats and everything. And like I said, on store.gamersnexus.net, we actually just finished our Eden Reforestation project campaign where we donated, it ended up being $7,080 from doing a percentage of the GN store sales plus a $1,500 match with the community, not counting what the community itself donated, plus the distributor contribution. So that was a good fundraiser for them. They're a good organization we like. And it might be in the camera bag, I don't know, if you're looking. Or maybe in the audio bin in the storage room, the yellow bin. So that was a pretty cool campaign. Really glad that you all jumped in on that. If you didn't pick something up during that time, you can still grab mouse mats are in stock, and the mod mats are in stock on store.gamersnexus.net. But we're going to transplant this into the actual computer now. Did the liquid metal application earlier, ran into some stream difficulties, but a lot of you came back, so thank you for doing that. We generally always get the stream back up. It's just, I don't know, sometimes the software acts a little funny. So, what was the frequency and voltage? I stopped at 4.7 gigahertz all core. Is Andrew behind the camera? He will be. He's helping Patrick find a transmitter, so Patrick can help me get through the super chats. So, yeah, did the liquid metal application. Temperatures are pretty good. Core 1, I'm not too happy with how much better it is than the rest, but because it's not the other way around. Normally it's the other way around if you have a bad application where it's like one of them is super bad. So because of that, like I said, that's more of a sanding issue, which we're not going to do. So that's not too bad. All right, what's chat saying and super chat? Electric synthesis. Steve, can I get a hi from you? Hi. Pedo Martin. Steve trying to manage the overclock, super chats, regular chat, and store shoutouts is my ADD incarnate. Sometimes it does feel a little bit difficult. Steve, what's a good voltage to push my 4930K to the max? I sadly don't know because I wasn't really reviewing CPUs with that one. We did like 4790 and stuff, but I didn't have that CPU, so I don't know. I never worked with it. I don't think we even have one. Okay, let's see, super chat for Monkey Sig, $10. I just built my second system ever, AMD 3600X, MSI X470 EVGA 650 watt, 2070 Ventus, some other cases, thoughts. You've been a bounty of info. Happy to help. So Patrick is coming on stream now. Are you picking up Patrick on audio? Or do you have him?
Andrew, can you hear me? Okay, good.
Do we need to do anything special on camera for audio channels, or is it good to go?
No, I already got it.
Okay, cool. So this is Patrick, obviously. He's going to help with either the build or with managing super chat.
Okay.
Let me answer this person's question first since I started reading it, and then you can take over some of it. So 3600 and 2070 Ventus, I think, is a good build. I haven't worked with the V200, but if you replace the Plexi with the mesh, then I think you're probably in a good spot. That's a very good first build, I think. Okay, so let's do. I guess if you want to read some of the super chats, and then I will start pulling the system apart, and then we'll probably trade at some point. This is where I stopped.
Okay.
And then the only rules I'm going to have is if you see anything that's like political, just skip it.
Okay.
And be wary of words that YouTube may frown upon, like substitute some
No
other
pressure.
word. I read it before I read it out loud.
Oh, okay.
Then you'll be good. And then you pick up on the highlighted one.
All right. So from Nick Mosley, he asked, do you think AMD will do an event soon in response to NVIDIA's announcement, or just wait until they have CPUs ready to do both at once?
I don't think they would. I think if they have GPUs ready, they're not going to wait to have CPUs ready, because AMD's a big company that answers to shareholders, and the shareholders, if they're sitting on thousands of GPUs, the shareholders are going to be like, what the hell are you doing? Like, just get those to market. So I don't think they would wait for that reason unless they were going to line up right on top of each other anyway. I think probably, that's cock. Can you grab that? I think probably they would, and they would probably do the GPU announcement first, because that's right around the corner.
$5 Australian from Jay Jackstar. Hello from Melbourne Lockdown. Love the content. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mustangs by Matt, $5. Awesome hardware just went live, and being that Paul's had a rough go of it lately, gonna support him for a while. Can't wait for part 2.
Part 2, of awesome hardware, I guess. Part 2.
Oh, we have several things. Maybe part 2 of after the stream comes back.
No, part 2 of the Apple
Okay.
PC, because Mustangs by Matt's helping us with that. That's right.
I'm
Yeah.
also looking forward to that.
Yeah, I messaged Paul the other day to catch up with him. Yeah, Matt's helping blow up some hard drives. That's why he's saying part 2.
That's all he does. That's his whole job, right?
Basically. Let me open up. I guess while you're scrolling, one thing I do too, now the public's getting some stream training also. Typically, while I can fit these on screen, I look at OBS, or I just keep it there to make sure if the stream dies like it did earlier, I see it.
Okay. $5 from Bean Fiend. Cool, thanks.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
$9.99 from TK421777777. That was one too many sevens, but they get the idea. In your opinion, how important will PCIe 4.0 be to the new NVIDIA 3000 series lineup?
That's really hard to say. This is gonna like explode with dust if I move it too sharply. Ooh, there it is.
I actually cleaned that a couple weeks ago. I didn't tell you, but that's like 2 weeks of dust or something like that.
Yeah. I think. Ooh. So I spoke to some NVIDIA people off record, unofficially. So I can't say NVIDIA is not like an official source for this. Just people who work there were kind of talking with me. Several months ago, they weren't seeing a big difference, Gen 4 and Gen 3. But that was several months ago, and I don't think they had a 3090 at that time. So that could change. I would suspect there would be some difference. I just don't know how much it's going to matter. These types of questions of theory, I normally don't really give a good answer on stream because it's really something I'd rather just test than take a guess at. If I have to guess, I would guess that the 3090 may actually see a difference, and the 3080 will be maybe more borderline whether or not it matters. And then also it's a marketing battle where AMD is going to have 4.0 they can put on the box and Intel's not. And whether or not it actually makes a difference in real testing, like ultimately the more mainstream customers are going to look at the number on the box and buy that one. I think that's my answer for that one.
Courtney Roberts, $5, says, you need a helper for these streams to do the fetching and track the chat. Love y'all, have a drink on me. Well, guess what?
Yeah, thanks for the suggestion.
Shane Eastlicks, $5 Australian, says, good day, Steve. I've sent the present. I got
nice.
the GN team. Tracking says most recent update processed by air carrier, date Monday, 17th of August.
Okay, cool. I will pick it up. I don't know. Sorry.
I'm not gonna-
Oh no, Patrick, we're spinning the fan. That means it's gonna explode.
That's how you power the computer. You just that's how you jump start it.
Yeah, it's like jumper cables. You just spin all the fans manually, and then they'll back generate power and turn it on.
It's like a lawnmower.
Like a lawnmower. Like a pulse train.
$5 from J.W. Dickinson. Hydronaut, IC Diamond, or Kingpin KPX? Perhaps a test.
Hydronaut, IC Diamond, or KPX. Well, KPX is not going to be the best for normal cooling. That's like a sub-ambient thing. So if you're doing sub-ambient, KPX and Cryonaut are the two to go with. If you're doing not sub-ambient cooling, then probably the differences between a lot of them won't be huge unless you're talking like really low tier paste. But definitely KPX is something I would typically reserve for like sub-zero, I think.
$10 from Andrew Todd. Would you consider doing direct die? Unable to use my DieMate X since 10900X is soldered.
Oh, okay. What was it? Would I consider using direct die?
Yes.
I would consider it if I didn't have to delit a soldered CPU, if I'm talking personal use. For like what we do, I wouldn't mind delitting it and doing direct die. And it is probably going to be significantly better, but it also sounds like a lot of work unless you're doing some kind of overclocking endeavor where it's going to matter.
You're putting liquid metal directly on your cold plate, too.
Yeah, right. If you do liquid metal, then you're going to stain the cold plate, too. But you can normally do paste and be fine once you're direct die. This is, I think, there we go, okay. Nice, there's a good example of dried thermal paste.
It's a good spread.
It is a good spread. I'm trying to figure out how I can rotate this. Where's the cable going? Oh, there it is, okay. There's the bottom of the cold plate. That's pretty good. And then the rest of it's still on the IHS, but it's definitely in need of a refresh because it's very dried out on the IHS in there. There you go. Very dried out. What's the next one?
5 pounds from Samantha Fox. Do you have a video on the Mobo? I'd like to know if the MOSFET cooler actually does a good job.
Yes, we do. That's asking about the X299 Dark. I spent a lot of time on that board when it came out. We did a review. I think if you probably search like Gamers Nexus EVGA X299 Dark review or something, you will likely find that video pretty easily. And I did a VRM test with the fans on and off. For the most part, that board's VRMs are so good that you don't really need the fans, but they are functional in the event that you do something a little more extreme, or it's in an environment where you can't get a case fan above or below the VRM to help cool it.
$2 from Popcorn Sutton. Would you consider a shampooing my hair stream?
No.
Okay. $2 Australian from Kanza. Will we see Steve's personal rig update video one day?
One day, probably. That's probably something I would save to shoot with like another YouTuber at this point as like a collab, I think.
Yeah, you need to put the old one in a museum now.
Yeah, it's getting there.
MX $20. I'm not sure what that is.
Your system's actually significantly newer than mine, and yours has a 4790K in it.
Yeah, I bought a shiny new 4790K in 2019.
Yeah, for $200.
I think it was on. I think it was Richie found one that was under 200.
That's actually pretty good. Under 200 is pretty good.
Still,
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Because it's not. I'm not saying you should go out and buy that CPU explicitly, but if you already own the platform and the OS is set up, that's not bad for just keeping it running.
And it turns out if you buy an i7 in the first place, then you don't have to buy the CPU twice. But
yes,
that's my problem. $20 from Hurry99. Hello, Steve. Looking handsome. $5 from Axe. Unless you want to respond to that.
No.
$5 from Axe Axford. More cables.
Oh yeah, That's from when I was dumping cables on top of the test bench because I was cable managing it because I watched Jay's video about how to manage cables, and that's what I learned from it.
This person is misinformed.
That's common.
$10 from Sean D. Stop this build until you get the proper tools. I see no Swiss Army knives within reach. You're not wearing approved Livestrong anti-static bracelets. Irresponsible. At least you used enough paste.
That's true. I did use enough paste. I do think there's at least.
There's a knife here.
I was gonna say there's a Swiss Army knife somewhere in this set.
I think we've been using it as a prop too much to remember where it is at this point.
Yeah.
$5 from Nick. Can I use liquid metal to cool my tater tots to optimal eating temperature?
I would joke back with you, but don't do that. Don't ingest liquid metal. It's not good for you.
$5 from Nori. Did Roman reach out to you when Sheik hurt her leg? Did Roman cry to you? What did Snowflake say to them? I'm assuming Sheik is Roman's cat. Yeah.
I did not hear about it. No, but I may follow up with them. I don't know. I think the last thing I talked to him about was Intel's announcement where they were talking about 6 times more soldiers in Total War. That's Intel's real-world benchmarks. They're like, some of these things we can't win in numbers or we can't differentiate the numbers well enough in FPS. So how do we make it worthwhile? Well, you can have 6 times more soldiers in Total War, which I'm not sure what the times was. I don't know what it was multiplying. Like if it was a 7700K, then that's not impressive. Never bothered to look because it was irrelevant. But no, I didn't. That's the last time I talked to Rowan recently. I need to link back up with them.
You don't need to label your axes. You just need numbers.
Yeah, no, you definitely don't need. Like if your chart starts at 0 and you work in marketing companies, then you're doing it wrong.
$10 Canadian from Truth Decay. Biggest brain idea you will ever hear. Fill a liquid loop with liquid metal. Test thermals. Patent the idea. You will get all the views and all the money.
That is true. We would get all of the views.
It seems like a Cody's Lab thing. He's the one that has access to like gallons of mercury to work with.
Or maybe Linus. Either one, yeah. That would. I bet I could pitch Linus on that idea. I don't think I want to do that. That sounds like a pain.
To buy a new pump. $10 Canadian from S. Fulton for better internet. Thank you.
Oh, from when we dropped earlier. Well, it's good we're cut back up to that now.
They capitalized internet, so they must be on their phone because I don't think anybody does that otherwise. $5 from Joe Murray. Just received my GN mouse mat today and I love it. Thank you.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah, I really like the mouse mats. So specifically the mouse mats and the mod mats have been the things I've liked the most that we do because I use them every single day. The toolkit I use a lot too, but I mean, this is at like the systems I'm using. So that's the mouse mat they're referring to, and it is still in stock. It's got the blue rubber underside and stitching, and then Andrew's wireframe component design on the front. So thanks for picking it up. Glad you like it. That is on store.gamersnexus.net if anyone wants to grab that.
$5 from Anthony Biacco. Steve, have you seen noticeable difference in thermal performance at the same noise using Noctua S12 versus A12 for rear exhaust fan? Keep up the great work.
Oh, I haven't tested that. I'm not sure that outside of a really controlled environment you would super notice, but yeah, I haven't tried the A series yet. This
Monkey
cable
FPV.
is so in there. Okay, got it.
$5 from Monkey FPV. I currently have a Core i7 9700K and want to upgrade. What CPU would be the best option for gaming with up to $500 in hand? It's already pretty good.
They have a what? i7?
9700K.
Oh. And they want the best gaming without...
With $500.
Oh, man.
What should they buy?
I wouldn't even bother. Unless it's like giving you issues right now. I don't know. 9700K is not that old. So if you really want to spend $500, I think They said best gaming, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think probably a 10600K is going to be better. It just feels kind of weird to me to do that.
I mean, if they're only going to spend $500, then
You need
if
a
they
board
buy
too.
9900, then you keep the same board and everything.
That's
But
true.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
Like, it's a pretty good CPU already.
Yeah, if you really want to spend $500 on that, I would say I'd probably do a 10. You're not gonna be able to, you'd have to do a 10600K because you need the other $200 for a board. So that'd be about the best you could get to, and then overclock it probably. I wish that we had this table on raising and lowering legs as well sometimes, because then Andrew could get a better shot into the case.
I mean, it is technically. You just gotta use some elbow grease.
Andrew, would your shots into this be okay if we got replace the light batteries above? Or is it too high?
Oh, well, it's too deep.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I can rotate it too if it helps, but if it's too high, then that's not gonna matter. What's the next one?
$5 from North YBSig Gamers Nexus. What's a good bang for the buck CPU cooler for a 3900X that has good improvement over the stock Wraith cooler in
That's
in
easy.
air and water segment?
That's easy to improve over. So Liquid Freezer 2280 is the best bang for the buck, top performance because it's $95 typically. For chart topping performance, very simple, no LEDs, you're not paying for any of that. In the air segment, if you're talking cheaper, I wouldn't go much cheaper than that for liquid. I don't really like cheap liquid coolers generally. Air segment, NHU 14 series is good, not expensive. Dark Rock's pretty good series, like the 4, something like that, I think.
They sent $2 more and asked, or perhaps just replacing paste with custom. They're on a stock Wraith right now. So.
I would replace the cooler. The paste is only going to get you so much. Like that cooler is pretty limiting on those higher end CPUs.
50 MX. I'm assuming maybe that's Mexican dollars.
Like pesos? Yeah, I'm not. It's probably YouTube normally abbreviates it by the country code, so that's probably that might be it.
Okay. Pato Martin, Steve, if you don't use liquid metal as fluid in the reds, you can't call it a liquid metal PC. 0 out of 10 PC would not pray to tech Jesus again.
So we've now gotten 2 suggestions for liquid metal in the loop. That is so much liquid metal. Like you'd have to. I don't even know how it would pump. Like how, because there's that. It's got those weird surface tension properties where it's gonna like stick to itself. So it'd be
And it's
interesting.
conductive.
It's conductive. That's potentially a problem if it gets into, depending on how the pump is made. So I know these are kind of jokes, but it is making me think about it from a content perspective. But that is content I think I would be happy to cede to Linus. I feel like he would. That's like just overboard enough where he's going to do it really well.
$5 from Ruben Hirsch. What CPU are you using?
It was a 7980XE. Back to that.
Need to practice. I'm going to be saying that a lot, so to make sure I can say it clearly.
This is the intended use case for these tubes. They're actually, you're supposed to rest the fittings on a sharp angle so that they can apply the maximum leverage to the PCB.
I don't know that. I'm using Phoenix in my PC now too. I should do that.
Yes, that's how you're supposed to use it. Most people don't know that. That's why you come here. We've got one problem, Patrick.
Is it too what?
Yes, the radiator in the bottom will have to go. I could move it to the bottom of the case though, maybe. Or I could get is that a 140? We can maybe go to a 120. That might be a 120 already.
Oh yeah, because they're all 120s on the 11 on that mount.
Yeah. Too bad we don't have an XL that's not in use. Where's the fan? Is it on? If the fan is on this side,
It is.
it is. I wonder if that would be enough of a height difference.
But the pump is the full width of the fan and the radiator.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, gotcha. So we can disconnect it. It's just QDCs. But I don't really particularly like having, I mean, I don't really do anything with this. I probably, if I'm running the CPU overclock, the GPU is not going to be doing anything anyway. It's going to be a CPU task. So I didn't even say why I was doing this. Basically, I want to be able to preview videos on my machine so I don't have to wait for people to stop using the other ones. But I guess we could just disconnect this and get rid of it, and then that would solve the problem.
Could do it at least temporarily.
Yeah, maybe do something more advanced later. If we got just a reservoir that's custom loop, not special Phoenix stuff, then this problem would be easy to solve because we put the fan on the other side, I think, and it would be skinnier. So maybe we just do, I think, I'm just reading what that chat says. What do you call the quick detach connectors he uses for the tubes? Those are called QDCs, quick disconnects. They're actually medical supply, the EK cells. So I guess we just, probably I'll just remove it for now.
Okay.
Oh man, that is so much dust. What's the next one? Sometimes it scrolls up, so be careful of that.
$20 from RS. Thanks for the video on proper AIO mounting orientation. Just installed my first cooler and was a little bummed about the whining and bubbling. Made a huge difference.
Nice. What was that person's name?
RS.
RS. Oh, happy to help. We actually had a lot of people message us and say, like, I was so unhappy with the pump line or the bubbling noise, and then I flipped it and now it's fixed. So, that's awesome. I'm really happy to hear that, because that was the original point of the video, was to try and help people in that situation.
$5 from Genzo Defiler. What is the best AMD CPU motherboard for a stable general use PC? I use it for gaming, VMs, coding, primary OS is Linux. Also, what GPU for this as well?
So, first part of the question was what?
Best AMD motherboard for general stable use.
Best is kind of a tough question. Like, I haven't really had instability issues that I can think of with the AMD boards, for the most part. I think you'll be, I mean, like X570 Master, we use a lot. That's been through hundreds, if not thousands, probably thousands of hours of testing, and probably dozens of mount and dismounts in our lab. So we've had a good experience with that one. The Unify is really good, the MSI X570 Unify. There's a whole list of B550s that we think are good on the channel if you want something cheaper. ASUS Crosshair is great for overclocking, but those are all kind of on the higher side. Master's a bit cheaper, Unify's not too bad. So probably one of those. We've got videos though on best. If you look up like best AMD Ryzen motherboards, you'll find our video series, and that'll help out more.
We have X570 as well, right?
Yeah, we have X570, we have B550, and they're separate videos. What was the second half of the question?
What GPU for this as well?
For
General gaming and coding and Linux. So
I don't know that. I don't know the status of GPU driver support in Linux. I don't know who's doing it better right now. So I'd maybe do some research on that. Specifically GPU driver support, see who's complaining the loudest, if it's NVIDIA or AMD owners. I'm sure one of them is. And for gaming though, I mean, I'd probably wait a couple weeks and see what happens with the 3000 series rather than buying right now.
$2 from Wishbone. Beetle Adventure Racing meme merch. When?
Yes.
Easter egg?
I don't know who currently holds the rights to Beetle Adventure Racing, or if they care. But I don't have any plans for merch for it right now, I'm sorry to say.
Volkswagen might care.
Maybe. I don't know.
$10 from Mustangs by Matt. Did you see the article about the scientist, the Lab 3950X IHS, so the difference between highest and lowest was 300 nanometers.
I'm
that's what
aware
I call
of
this
it, yes.
Smooth CPU. $2 from Kelsey Bradley. Thanks for all you do, especially calling out the BS.
That's the easy part. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of supply of that.
$5 from Zane Romberger. Sent you a message streams ago regarding 3900X on X370 with a bad power reporting deviation. Updating to most recent BIOS fixed it. Shout out Gigabyte.
Nice. Yeah, power reporting deviation is an interesting thing for anyone who has a Ryzen system. We did a video on it. Probably just search HW info deviation on our channel. It'll come up. But that metric tells you basically how much the motherboard's fudging the power numbers in order to comply with AMD's like PPT limits, I think it was. So your CPU, basically your hardware info numbers might be lying to you, not because of their software, but because of the way the motherboard's treating it. That, I think, has fixed that problem. I could hook up like another radiator with QDCs, but that's a little more work than I want to do on the stream. So I think we'll just hook it back up with this one 360 or whatever this is. Are those 140s or 120s? 360. Cool. Well, that was easy at least.
$10 Canadian from Caesar Incarnate. I used your overclocking guide for my R5 3600 XT. My chip was kind of a bummer, only getting 4.4 gigahertz at 1.285.
What CPU?
3600 XT.
4.4 at 1.285?
Yeah. But,
yeah. That's, I would expect better out of an XT. Maybe check your motherboard settings and make sure you might want to check on like load line calibration, stuff like that, and there might be more you could do to improve that, pick it up a little bit.
But I love your content and I understand we cannot all get lucky.
Yeah, that's, unfortunately, the silicon lottery is a very real thing. Or fortunately, I guess, depending on how lucky you were. So for people who are maybe just tuning in or tuned out and in for a while, came back when the stream dropped, stuff like that, I'm about to drop the, I forgot this board has such a crazy thermal pad on the back side. Like, that's like thick with 2C's thermal pad. We're going to install the board now. So X299 Dark is what I'm moving to out of X99. I don't know where I put it. Doesn't matter. It's garbage. X99 with a 6900K in it, I think, which at one point was a high-end CPU, but it hasn't aged well for the work we do. Basically, I've had issues where I want to preview some of the video edits on my system, and the one I was using wasn't good enough for that. So this is now going to a 7980 XE. It was once a $2,000 processor. Like I said earlier, really fun to work with. My personal favorite processor to overclock, to do tweaking with over the last few years. So we're going to put that in, and it's got liquid metal on it. We did that in the first like couple hours of this stream. I walked through the installation, the cleaning, all that stuff, and so it's got a really good setup thermally. But I am going to introduce some more coolers to this case probably later, but we'll start with it, like radiators, I mean. We'll start with this though. And now we're catching up on Super Chats for a bit, and then I'll probably trade with Patrick at some point.
Yep.
And actually, this is a good point to do it. So I think if you want to take over for a minute and do, just screwing it down and cabling and stuff, I'll take some chats and go from there. You're gonna have to be a little, double check I didn't check to make sure it's not sitting on any cables yet.
That's great timing. You can deal with what Nori put in the chat.
You can pull up the front panel. To see inside. A lot easier.
Oh, nice. Good call. Damn, I didn't think about that. All right, so let me check on chat. It's been a little while since I've looked at chat. Yeah, 7980 XE. It was a $2,000 processor, and it's still pretty damn good, but
Still pretty expensive too.
yeah, still very expensive. The reason I liked it, like I said earlier, is specifically because of just how easy it is to tune it. Like, liquid metal is awesome for this kind of stuff. It's not going sub-zero. It's not soldered, so that makes it easier to work with. And overclocking's very mature on this platform, this motherboard especially. So I'm pretty excited to work with it in my daily system and actually have something I can tune a little bit. And yeah, then we're going to throw in a 1080 Ti, which is already in there. So it's kind of like fan no spin. It's kind of the 1080 Ti is, to me, one of the best GPUs NVIDIA's made in a really long time, if not in like their top ever. And it's just, it was, the price point was really good, the performance was really good, and when the RTX came out, the 1080 Ti just made an embarrassment out of the RTX launch. So no RTX games yet for like 60 days almost. It was the same performance as like 2070 Super, 2080, all that stuff, until a bit later as things advanced. So, I mean, I like the GPU a lot. We have enough of them where I've got some on the shelf for testing later, so we're going to keep the reference card in here underwater. You should sell the shirt Patrick is wearing in the store. I don't know if they mean literally that shirt, but or if they just mean that design. Is that AliExpress, or is that
From Element.
Element?
Skating company.
Yeah. Don't let Linus do the liquid metal loop. He will drop the mercury.
Don't use mercury.
All right,
on your
I'll take
computer.
the, yeah, don't use mercury. I'll take this question. Jan Cortez says, have you thought about using a tablet for your show notes? Save a couple trees from the paper. So, a couple things on this. Last year we funded Eden Reforestation, you zoomed in on his shirt. We funded Eden Reforestation projects, and through them planted about 90,000 trees. And those are in actual deforested areas, not like tree paper farms. This year we just donated $7,080 to them. And then beyond that, we own a printer and we own paper, and it's recycled paper, and I use both sides of it. If I have to buy a tablet, I'm not really convinced that's better to dig minerals out of the deep sea between Japan and China to make an electronic device that I'm going to replace in a few years after software updates make it unusable. So, not really convinced it's better, but more importantly, I present much better off of paper than I do off of electronics. I've tried it, and the content quality is just way higher. So, no, we're not going to replace it, and frankly, I'm not really convinced that it's it would actually be better to buy electronics to do a job we already own, that stuff. All right, is 70 degrees normal for a Ryzen 3 3100 under 50 to 60 load? I don't know what that means. If you mean 50 to 60%, the answer is that question. Let me try and explain this in a way that's like mainstream friendly, I think. Is X temperature normal is contingent on the workload, on the cooler you have, on the case you have, on what the other things in the computer case are doing. So is it normal is not really something I can answer. I will tell you that 70 degrees is fine for a Ryzen. You don't need to worry about it like being damaging or anything like that. You're fine, so don't worry about that. Okay, super chats for a second. You got Caesar. Nori. $5. This for that amazing shirt Pat Daddy is wearing, Nori says. Nori, a long-time Patreon supporter. Nori says, matches perfectly with some Mountain Dew Baja Blast Freeze from Taco. Are you like, is Taco Bell are you part of their marketing department? Like, it's such a hard plug. The only thing it's missing is like the registered and the trademark symbol next to it. I'm going to go on record too and say I'm actually not really a fan of Baja Blast. Fight me. Next one is Sean D.
You don't like my shirt?
I like the shirt. I just don't think I like Baja Blast. Sean D says, new segment idea. Let me read the rest of this. Okay, I'm not gonna read the rest. It's okay, but it's got words in it I don't want to use. Echo19 Gaming, Echo 1 Gaming, 499. One stupid, pointless question for discussion: how much is too much thermal paste? Lol, haha, JK. Are you though? Are you really? I would have put more on there, but we emptied the whole tube of this Cryonaut, I think, earlier. We've got a video. I know this is a joke, but if you're curious about too much thermal paste, we do in fact have a video where I just like dumped a tube on it. It was probably like a $20 tube of paste for that content.
We have an art installation too, but I don't want to move the table. So
Oh, that's right. Oh yeah, that's a little hard to get out. Yes, we've got our art installation. I think, Andrew, did you come up with the name?
I think so.
Or did I come up with that? I think you came up with the name, and then it was my painting. This is Man Walking Down Alleyway, circa 2018. How's the glare? It's really important that this beautiful piece of art is shown to its maximum potential.
It's fine.
Just want to make sure there's no glare obscuring the artwork. Yeah, we filled the socket with thermal paste. It was dead board anyway. Before someone thinks we killed the board just for that. All right. Neo Vahida, $5 says, what new motherboard features are you hoping to be included on AMD's next X chipset for Zen 3? I think I would love to see more prevalent debug codes, like post codes. The beeps are fine, but it's just so much easier to work with the debug codes. So I'd love to see that become more prevalent on the mid-range board. It's not that expensive a feature to implement, but I think the board makers kind of use it to divide like their higher mid-range and their lower end boards as it's like it's something to pull you up a price class if that's the only thing you want and you don't need anything else. So I'd love to see that become more prevalent, I think. Alexandru Patrulescu. RON $10. I'm guessing that's, oh yes it is. Hello from Romania. Hello. Good to see the international audience. We're almost caught up on Super Chats. That's nice. There's a couple pages of them. Let's see. Nori SS. GN, please don't buy those compressed cans. Buy an electric duster. So here's the problem. We've got like air compressors, but using that on stream is not tenable to like good audio. It's just not compatible with good audio. So those canned dusters are a little easier to use for streaming because we don't have to deal with all the compression noise. Okay, Echo 1 Gaming. Hi, Steve Low Channel. Real question here. Sabrent Rocket 2 terabyte NVMe 4 PCIe M.2. I think you mean Gen 4 maybe. Any good or just overpriced? I haven't used it, but we don't really do SSD testing. I don't know who does the best SSD testing right now. For a long time, PC Perspective was sort of the leading force. And that's because of Alan Malventano really redefined SSD testing when he worked there. He's at Intel now. So the downside of that is I don't know who's picked up where he left off or if they're still using his software or not. But they had really good SSDs. I'm not sure if that one was out when he was before he left for Intel. I would definitely check his review if it's up there though. I'm not sure who else is good. There's the SSD review. They're pretty good. I think that's run by Les. I don't remember his last name. But if they're still operating, they do really good work as well. Okay, let me look at the normal chats for a bit. What's chat saying? Let's see. Okay, all right. So we've got someone who doesn't understand the 1 hour of content we've uploaded. Whatever happened to thou shalt not mount the rad at the top? If by that you mean mounting the radiator at the top is one of the 2 recommended positions that we posed in our 1 hour of videos, then that's what's happening. It's correct, in other words. Couple things. This is functionally a custom loop. The pumps are located in the radiators on these, and that's interesting because it's not in the CPU. Now, fortunately, this one's got so much extra water space, and the tubes are at the bottom. We're not really worried about any issues with pump dryout, and also this is one of the recommended installation options by EK, who explicitly suggest against a bottom-mounted radiator because the pump is in the radiator. So it's all about where's the pump located. This one, you don't want it located on its side, where the pump's going to be at the top. There's 2 chambers on the side, and one's a pump. If that's at the top and it's on its side, then that's bad. But this is in the top. The case is on its side right now, so that's why it looks like that. So it's in the top, though. That's one of the recommended installations. That's how you should be using it. I don't really know why this message was lost. Like, radiator in the top is one of the 2 things we said you should be doing. So, let's see. I want to read this just because of how they started this. T-Money Technic. Gamers Nexus, doubt you'll read this, but I have a Form D T1 I'd like to lend you for review. It's a niche ITX case like the Den A4 N case, etc. What is Form D T1 case? Let's see. It does remind me of those other ones. Yeah, these ITX cases are not cheap because they're not cheap to make. Looks kind of interesting. Very simple. I don't know. Right now we don't really have an ITX like test bench set up. Patrick's kind of working on something, but I'm not sure what our plans are with that. So let us get through this. We are going to look at the NR200P. I already promised that publicly. So we're working on that. Let us get through this one, and then we'll kind of evaluate how we liked the system we built for it and figure out if we want to do some more testing with ITX. But yeah, wait till you see that pop up. Okay. Let's see. Eric E, I just watched Kyle and Paul for a bit. They were talking about the video and still getting things wrong. ... Wow. I don't know. I haven't seen their stream. I can't really comment on it because I haven't seen what they said. But Paul and Kyle generally, you know, they're pretty familiar with all this stuff as well. They talk to the same people as us, so they should have a decent understanding of it, I'm sure. Okay. Every time, oh, it scrolled up. It's gone forever now because it's in normal chat. It's not super chat. It's just gone. It's like vaporized. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up on the normal chat entries for a bit. EATX case is what you need right now. Yeah. There's actually an EATX like extension for this, but that wouldn't have solved our radiator problem, unfortunately. How is it otherwise?
That's fine. It overhangs, but the cutouts aren't on the face that's underneath the board. So
yeah, that's not bad.
It should be fine. I was just trying
also, that's a rotated cable anyway, which helps a little bit.
Yes. Helps a lot for like USB 3 and stuff as well.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to scoop out some of the extra paste so it's not an issue, but if we put any more on there, then...
Yeah, and be careful with the, it should be clamped down pretty hard, but it's got liquid metal on it, so
okay.
As long as the IHS doesn't move, it's good. Any other issues while reassembling?
Not so, I mean, I haven't done much, but so no. Do we have memory?
Yes, I pulled the Corsair, I think is it in front of you? I pulled 4 Corsair sticks.
Yes, it is in front of me.
Is it over there? Yeah.
Yes.
And then the block is somewhere in front of you too.
Yeah. And paste that we want to use?
Paste we can use probably hydro or cryonaut. Let's see. Let me go open some.
I know we have some. But
Any thoughts you want to share with people on that case versus like the XL for builds like this?
The biggest limiting factor, I think, is the 120s. There's only support for 120s on the side mount, so you're limited to fans that are that wide and radiators that are that wide. And that's kind of what we're running into here is we can't, like you were saying earlier, put a 140 in there because that's all it will fit on this side mount.
Yeah.
I think the XL fixes that. The XL has support for more fans overall, and more of them can be 140s.
The XL I like a lot. We do have it out in one of our systems. I'm just looking at the size. It's like, I don't know, it's maybe like 1.3 or 5 times bigger.
Yeah, it doesn't actually look that big just because of the way that they arrange the case. Since everything, like the power supply is on the other side of the motherboard, it ends up being kind of more of a cube-ish shape.
It's definitely a very functional approach to case design where they got all of their glass and they still got air by doing a steel side panel with side intake. Worked out really well for them on this. But it is a cube or a rectangle or whatever, depending on which one you're looking at. So I think the I like the case working with it. It's very easy to work with.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna have to check that thermal paste, make sure there's enough to upset chat. Otherwise it's not
I'm gonna put as much. I'm gonna put like a small amount on there, what I would consider a small amount, and then you can double it for.
Oh man, yeah, no, you gotta work for that Thermal Grizzly sponsorship. Rowan wants to make sure we're using so much paste that we have to spend all of the advertising money on buying more paste from him. So that's actually the secret to their operation. I think this is maybe enough to upset chat. It's kind of hard to tell. Normally, really, my goal with thermal paste is to, I missed a spot over here.
Are you gonna need the cap, or is?
No, we're not. You can throw the cap away. Empty that. That looks pretty good. I don't know. Could maybe drizzle some in the memory slots, just to help with that pin contact. Oh, nice. I like the close-up you got, Andrew. It really shows the technique that one needs when upsetting chat.
Just making sure we'll be in as many GIFs as possible.
That's funny, yeah. Yeah, so for anyone who's like new, there's not really, for the most part, too much thermal paste unless it's conductive and spills over. So we're fine, it doesn't matter. It's also, we don't need that much, but it's still, I like to do it because it's funny. Okay, are you sure that's enough? I think it's okay. Use mayonnaise to really upset chat. I'm now numb to copious amounts of paste. Yes, I think if you watch enough of our streams, that will happen. You missed a spot at the top left. WTF? Oh, are you guys sponsored by Capital One too? That's a reference to the Verge video. That's a really obscure one. I don't think many people will catch that one, so I give that one more points for the obscurity. Okay, let's do some store shout-outs. I haven't done any of those in a little bit. Let's see. GN Store. Okay, so we had an order come in from Paul in, is that Missouri? Thanks, Google. Michigan. Google was like, MI, did you mean ME? No, I typed in MI. Paul picked up a cobalt blue teardown glass and a medium anti-static mod mat. Thank you.
How many people do you think misspell me when they Google?
Oh yeah, I guess that's probably what it was trying to correct. Nori Rivera from Florida. Nori's the one who's been posting in super chats, and I forget what the last one was. Oh, it was about your shirt. Nori picked up a wireframe mouse mat, XR70 Metro poster, and a PC component shirt. Thanks. The component shirts have been super popular, the tri-blends especially. John in New Jersey grabbed a wireframe mouse mat. Thank you, John. I read a couple more of these. On store.gamersnexus.net, Thomas picked up from Indiana, picked up a Raglan hoodie, or two-tone hoodie. The current stock of those two-tone hoodies, that's like one of my favorite clothing items we've done. But the supplier stopped making that hoodie, so we bought like all of the stuff that remained about a year ago. and it's slowly running out. We're gonna run out eventually. And a teal logo anniversary shirt. Let me do one more. Michael in Wisconsin, really straining my knowledge of U.S. states, even though I've lived here my whole life. Picked up a microfiber cloth mouse pad. Thank you. Picked up the blue and black and a mouse mat. Okay, what's chat saying? I live in India. Can I buy your mod mats and ship them here? Yes. If you add it to cart and check out, you should be able to add your shipping address without any issues. The large mod mats are out of stock though right now, but the medium's in. Okay. We're waiting for the thermal paste to squeeze out all over the board, but we didn't put that much on it. Ordered some cryonaut, but it only comes with 1 gram. I don't think, based on this, it's going to be enough. Oh, we got a $50 super chat. I'll hit that now. Peter Anderson. Redux with NVLink. Tachia City got good frame rates, yet everyone says SLI is dead. Would be good to see 2 2070 Supers used. And, Flight Sim 2020. NVIDIA Inspector to force it to work. Do you ever, Patrick's got a SLI set up. Is it 10 series or 20?
I'm
10?
a victim of SLI. Yes, it's 10 series, 1070s.
Victim of SLI. Do you ever hack it to work with Inspector, custom profiles, anything?
Yeah, but it resets when you do driver updates. So, I mean, you can save profiles and so forth, but it's a big hassle, and usually there's a reason that they haven't published those. And
Right.
you have to rely on somebody in the NVIDIA forums coming up with an SLI profile that actually works, and then everybody in the forums responds to them and says SLI is dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then it becomes very frustrating to read.
Yeah, I mean, to answer the question too, we'll definitely look at NVLink again, probably once the 3000 series comes out. I always like the idea of dual GPU because it's cool, but in the past, the games that I've played while I've had dual GPU, they haven't really supported officially. But yeah, we'll probably try it again with the 3000 series, almost certainly.
I can list the games that support multi-GPU.
What, Andrew?
Blender supports dual C.
Oh, Blender supports multiple GPUs. Yes, that is true. Yeah.
What?
Patrick is wearing a GPU artifacting shirt. Got that memory artifacting.
You got Destiny 2. You got Red Dead Redemption 2.
That supports SLI?
Well, multi-GPU.
Don't they have like better things to fix? Like, that's the thing they're fixing?
Well, I mean, it also doesn't work very well, so
Okay. Well, so
there's a compromise.
that's, at least they're consistent. Terry from Maryland picked up a PC component shirt and a beer glass. Okay, let's take a super chat. Anthony Reith says, built a new system, have been having random crashes. Found out my RAM and MP600 M2 slot is not supported by the motherboard, but it still runs. You think this is the cause? Random system crashes can be caused by unstable memory timings. And if you're, so this is something, I think, I used to do this too. I think it's really common. I think it's really common to kind of add RAM that's priced where you want it, performance where you want it to the cart, and check out and not really look beyond that. Generally, it's good practice to go and look up the QVL on the motherboard maker's website. QVL is a qualified vendor list. They normally list it under the support tab. And QVL will have all of the memory they've independently verified as working on that board with the profiles executing well. So it's possible that your random crashes are caused by the RAM not being on the QVL, like you're saying. It would still work, but what you would want to do is go in there and manually set the timings. You can set what's on the sticks, and then for the other numbers that aren't on the sticks, maybe just increase them all a little bit and see if it runs better. Make sure it's 1.35 volts too, if that's what the stick calls for XMP. Sometimes the boards don't set that, and that would cause that as well. Typically, you wouldn't boot in that scenario, though. Next one, DVG Games Company. I have an 011 Dynamic 3950X, 28 Ti, gets to 77C, but is very loud. What are the options to... Didn't I take... Oh, I did take this one earlier. Maybe you missed it. I took this one earlier. So yeah, we read these on like a 30 to 60 minute delay. Right now we're at about a 45-minute delay. I did answer this one, I think. Or one, maybe it was someone who has like the same system as you. But yeah, try to reduce the voltage manually. Set a manual voltage instead of auto for the motherboard. And accept that you can run in the low 80s and be fine. And then that'll allow you to slow down the fans and reduce your noise. So that will, they'll kind of do the same thing. And I guess like the best way to reduce noise and reduce thermals at the same time, since reducing noise requires a fan RPM reduction, is to bring down the voltage, the V-core, if you can. Auto voltage is typically kind of aggressive. Okay. Durham Harse. Steve, please don't forget the tater tots. I very much would like to get some right now, but unfortunately, this stream has gone late enough that I'm not sure I'll be able to find them anywhere. Unless we're willing to drive like an hour to go get fast food tater tots. At that point, I should probably just go to the store and buy some. Color with Kurt. My mod mat arrived today. It lays flat out of the box. 10 out of 10. Nice. Thanks for picking one up. Lay now. Hey Steve, I have a delidded 8700K. Nice. It's a good CPU. And I only plan on upgrading from my 1080. Should I attempt 1.4 volts, 5.6, really? To see how long it lasts. You can do 5.6 on your 8700K? If you can do that kind of frequency at that voltage without exotic cooling, then you have a very good CPU. So I don't know that I would like try to kill it, but 1.4 volts, it's mostly about temperature. If you're running within temperature spec and you're not under exotic cooling, you're probably not going to kill it from voltage with V-core. You could degrade it if you crank like SA, IO type voltages, the IMC that is, but I mean, 5.6 is kind of ridiculous. I'd run it high if you can, and just, I wouldn't kill it though. Like, you gotta see how long it lasts. I don't know if that would be my objective. That should be like in a museum or something. Kate Stollery. Best snag-free hair ties. The packs you can get at like Walgreens or CVS that are the thicker hair ties. Those are the ones you need to get, like those. Then that'll solve your problem, because the glue's normally not as like, I don't know if they like sand it down or what, but it doesn't snag. It's like a couple bucks. I don't know. I don't know the brand. It's probably store brand. Brain damage, $4.99. Did you notice the pitch on the fan blades of the alleged 3090 were different from front to back, top to bottom? No, I didn't notice that. I didn't look too closely at the leaks. That could be because of the angle of how they're trying to move the air. I'm not sure without having the card in hand exactly how the air is moving. It's very super interesting design. I think this is probably the first reference card in a really long time that I'm actually excited to get for testing purposes, because I want to see how it works. If the pitch changes, my guess would be, well, one's, in theory, the one on the back's intake, I think. And the one on the front, I don't know if that's just moving air. I don't know if it's pushing air straight down or if it's trying to exhaust the air. I'd have to look at it more closely. Leaks, I don't normally waste my time with that in case they're wrong, but I think we'll be able to explain it once we have it and test it, but I can't explain it from a photo. Anthony Biacho, $2. Steve, speak up. I can't hear you over Patrick's shirt. That's pretty good. That was a good one. Tyler L.
I don't have to take this. But he gave me money, so I guess I do have to take it.
Liquid metal and AIO with the pump at the top of the loop. This man wants to watch the world burn. Campbell Jones, $5. Hey gang, 2 questions. toolkit back in stock when, and stock cooler testing when. Specifically Wraith, Prism, and Intel stock. I do want to do stock and cooler testing. Intel, I don't know if we'll get to Intel stock anytime soon, because our bench is set up mostly for AMD right now. So AMD stock is on my to-do list. I've got a couple interesting content pieces with it that aren't necessarily cooling related, but are related to the coolers. So keep an eye out, but we're going to hit with GPUs pretty soon, so that'll slow everything down.
Do you want 2 8-pins in here?
Oh, is there only one right
Yeah.
now? We don't need 2, but what's the power supply?
NZXT, it might be the 850? I'm not sure which one it is.
650.
Okay.
That's going to be, that should be enough power. If we have another 8-pin,
Okay.
I'll take it. I kind of doubt that one has 2, but if
650.
it's worth checking. Let's see. Let me move this SSD so I don't crush it. Let's see. How does it look? So, peripheral and SATA, PCIe. No, I don't think there's going to be another 8-pin. Yeah. I think it's only one,
Yeah.
but that's fine. We can just run one. Are they numbered? No, sometimes.
I didn't see numbers on there.
I think they're normally in parallel, though, so it shouldn't really matter.
Yeah. We can also, if we ever want to, that 1600, I don't really want to use that one for testing, so.
Oh, is it buggy? Questionable?
It was potentially, we were having issues, and that was one of the things we
Okay.
swapped.
I just roll with this one for now. That's enough power.
Okay.
Let me see. Let me check on chat for a second. Oh, we got some store pickups too. So chat, what's chat saying? Don't bring your GPU to a bar fight. I will not do that. Thank you for the advice.
Chat's so helpful.
Chat's very. I've often wondered if I got into a fight, would I use a 1080 Ti or like a 5700 XT?
Use an MSI Lightning.
Yeah, that's
And then
true.
you go to jail for killing someone.
MSI Lightning's, let's get that out.
I think this is an UK cable.
It's like assault with a deadly weapon level of video card. There's what you bring to a bar fight. I don't know. That'd be kind of awkward to... I feel like if you pulled this out in battle, they'd be so confused by what they're seeing, especially if the RGB's on. They'd probably be stunned by the RGB. It'd be like a Game Boy Pokemon super effective type of response. Like, you stunned bar guy. It's super effective.
Those cards are pretty cool. I think we have a couple of those 780 Ti Lightnings that.
Oh yeah, yeah, those are pretty cool. I like the 780 Ti a lot. That's kind of like reminds me of the 1080 Ti in some ways. Assault with deadly ray tracing. Let's see. I'm just reading the chat. Do you have a sheath for that graphics card? No, they don't ship like there's no hilt or pommel or sheath or anything, no cross guard. All right, let's see what. Here you go. Here's a good quote. Lockouts. Ray tracing is stupid in all caps.
It's at the end.
That's the end. That's the whole sentence. Not RTX or anything like that. Just ray tracing. Just in
We need to do
general.
like a.
I hate light.
We need to look at like 1950s edutainment thing. It's like what your life would be like without ray tracing.
Yeah, we can get the Tom's Hardware guy to write it. The one who said, how much of your life do you really want to have lived without having had ray tracing? The most confusing grammar construct I've ever seen in a professional article. Game Boy Pokemon, super effective. Someone said, yes, that is exactly what I was thinking. All right, what do you run, personal, desktop, and laptop? Laptop, I have an XPS Studio 15. I don't remember what CPU is in it. I can't remember the generation. It's probably like a 2016 purchase. I bought it before I went to Taiwan the first time, so I think that's 2016. And then desktop at home, I have an FX 8370 and some really bad ASRock motherboard with an overheating VRM. Just reading the chat.
I think I've got an A10 from 2013 in my laptop.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so wire mesh here is getting to the point that I didn't state. I was kind of did with facial expressions. It says RTX is not ray tracing. Ray tracing existed before RTX. Yes, that is why I thought that ray tracing as stupid comment was kind of stupid, because it's a problem where it's like NVIDIA has hit this gamer audience that's never heard of ray tracing before, thinks NVIDIA invented it or something, which is in a sense brilliant on NVIDIA's marketing department's behalf, and doesn't quite know that ray tracing as a technology is used like everywhere. Like all the renders you see for new products and CG movies, movies with computer graphics in them but that aren't animated, ray tracing is used all over the place. So it doesn't have to be RTX.
Could you identify a connector for me?
Yes.
What is this on the block?
Oh, pump tack, I think.
But this is just a cold plate, right?
Oh, is that supposed to be RGB? That's a good question.
It's 2 pins.
2 pins sounds like tack only. I don't know. But there's no pump in it. I don't think.
I think there is an LED maybe.
Oh.
It might not be RGB, but maybe there's an LED in there.
It was plugged in the top of the previous motherboard. Where was that? Where's that board? Oh. I think it was plugged into a fan header. I'd have to look up the manual.
The box.
I think an LED. Wow. Is this cracked? Oh no, okay. It's not. It's just thermal paste. Don't know how that got there.
I'm gonna do something. Yeah, I don't know how anything gets contaminated with thermal paste in this office. So it's gotten to the point where I like rate thermal paste by. I really like that stuff that ID Cooling gave us because it was like a silly putty texture and it wouldn't get all over my fingers. That's my favorite thing about thermal paste is when it doesn't get all over my hands.
Yeah. Let's see. I've never seen active VRM cooling. Yeah, these HEDT boards, they started getting kind of hot. Roman had a good video called X299 VRM motherboard disaster, I think. That's where those fans started popping up. Okay.
Doing research on this block, just in case that's important.
I just plug it in somewhere. Had an order from William from Mount Clemens. Picked up a medium anti-static mod mat. Thank you for grabbing one of those. Those are in stock and shipping on the store. Lightweight raglan hoodie going to Michael in Ohio. Oh, and another one going out to Greensboro, to Igor. Yes, I guess I mentioned those earlier, and so that was the supplier discontinued the shirt. So, Calderon, work with Cody's lab as a YouTube collaboration to make a full liquid metal loop. I think he could do it. You're probably right. I don't know.
I think he's busy being locked in a cave in the middle of the scrubland right now.
Oh, is he really?
His current project is building a imitation Mars base. So he's in like isolation in a giant like.
Is he uploading regularly?
I mean, as regularly as he ever does.
That's kind of cool project. All right, N3T. I have a diluted 7700K already. I think autocorrect did you wrong there. I'm gonna go with delidded. Is it worth to put liquid metal on my GPU? 1080 Ti and 3D. Generally, my answer for liquid metal on GPU is no, not worth it. It's already direct die to the cooler, so maybe repaste it if it's been a while, but I'd leave it there. Peter Anderson, got your message already about NVLink. Let's see, how far are we from the bottom? Not too far, that's good. Let me catch up. I'm going to do a couple minutes of super chats here to catch up, and then I'll. Is there anything left, or did you finish it all?
I mean,
just cable management, maybe?
I think the answer to what that cable was about is that I need a new phone. So I don't actually know what the cable was for.
EK Phoenix.
I'm sure plenty of people have told us by now. But
EK Phoenix CPU module.
Yeah, I think it's like MLC.
Manual. Okay, nice. Here's the manual. Here's the manual saying that it should be top mounted for the person who disagreed with that earlier.
And not sideways.
Here's the manual with big X's through the ways they were suggesting we install it. Let's see. It doesn't like this manual.
See? I guess it's not my phone.
No, I think it's just a very large file. Okay, so where's the cable? What is it?
Seems likeliness of it being important is decreasing rapidly.
Yes. Oh, there it is. LED.
Okay. All right. Cool. So
we don't want that.
Put that in there. I don't think you even can. There's not even.
No. It does say to the fan header.
That's bizarre.
So it was plugged in right.
Huh.
Sys fan would be fine. It says be careful about the orientation.
Yeah, I bet.
So yeah, it wants the two wires to line up with the key side of the connector. But I also don't care about the LED, so. But the two wires line up with the key side.
Okay.
What's chat saying?
We'll keep the wire out of the way.
Do RGBs and GPUs have their own power regulator, or is it shared from the main VRM? Good question. I think those boards normally have some kind of, I don't know if they've got mini VRMs around them, but they normally have some controllers and stuff, so I'm not really sure. I haven't looked. I mean, I haven't thought to review the VRM of LEDs before, but now I'll look next time. When we do a 3000 series teardown, you're going to hear me comment on that, and you'll know why. It was because of 3 Art Digital's question from this stream. Okay.
If there are mini VRMs, like, can you overclock your LEDs? Like, that's what we need to do.
Yeah, that's the next marketable feature, LED overclocking.
I mean, LEDs have a clock speed.
Yeah, they definitely refresh at a certain rate. So why not? Does this need any cable management or anything?
I mean, I cut a couple zip ties, so I guess we could do a little bit better. I think this is out. I'm just going to the CPU block first.
Okay, yeah, I'll look it over. And then if you want to pick up on super chats, Chris Barnum's is where I stopped. No, that's the next one we need to read.
Okay. $5 from Chris. Based on current leaks, which graphics card do you see being the better value, the AMD or the NVIDIA series?
I haven't seen any leaks on RDNA 2. I know they're out there, but I haven't looked at them. And I haven't looked at any leaks of numbers about NVIDIA's. I've just looked at the photos because they're really interesting. So, better value? I don't know. We'll have to test it. Like, I don't really like commenting on leaks because you don't really know how much you can. Even if they're accurate in a sense that they had the card, you don't know that you can really trust the testing.
And it depends entirely on price too,
which we don't know. Yeah.
Felipe Lemes, $5 Brazilian. Hi Steve, big fan from Brazil. What do you think about Corsair H60 on a Ryzen 7 3700X stock? Sometimes I'm getting 91 Celsius
yeah.
on full load.
The H60 is a little bit rough for that, I think. I think that's like a 120. If you can, you might be better off with a tower cooler. Like those 120s are not very good. So tower cooler, or if you're gonna upgrade, I'd go to at least a 240. I think. I don't know that I'd bother with 140. The jump's not gonna be that big.
I mean, at least hitting 91 on a tower cooler, you won't permanently damage the tower cooler. Hitting 91 on the liquid cooler, you're gonna.
It depends. Yeah, it depends on if the liquid runs hot. I mean, you're definitely gonna increase the rate of permeation. So, yeah, I'd if you can budget for it, or if you're gonna do another build soon, I wouldn't bother. But if you're gonna have this a while, and you can maybe budget like, say, $70, you'd have a significant increase in quality from a larger tower cooler. If that doesn't fit, then maybe like a cheaper 240. Like the EVGA CLC 240 is dirt cheap. It's one of the cheapest on the market. If it's still available at the pricing it was originally, I would do something like that.
$2 from Paul D. Rice, 1996. Thanks for reading my stupid comment.
Oh, I'm not sure which one it was, but you're welcome.
Oh, well, might have been that one.
Oh, maybe.
$10 from Angelo Castaneda. I have a 2080 Ti and a 3950X inside an H200i custom loop with a 120 and 240 rad. Is this too much heat for my current configuration?
120 and 240 rad.
120 and 240 rad, yeah.
And the components were?
2080 Ti and a 3950X.
If they're both under load at once, it might be a bit overwhelming depending on your fans. If you're trying to keep it quieter, that might be a bit overwhelming if they're both 100% load, like rendering something. I think if you're gaming, you're probably fine, because normally only one component's going to be fully leveraged in gaming, normally.
It sounds like it's already built, so you can just look at your temperatures.
Yeah,
load, so.
yeah. Download hardware info. It's free. HWinfo 64. Anyone in chat who's even remotely interested in any kind of overclocking, system maintenance, or just curious about stuff, go grab it. It's good software. It's free. We have no affiliation with them. I just like it. And if one thing to be careful of is how much you trust the software, but for things like temperatures, it's accurate in almost every instance. Some stuff you can't really trust it because it's not getting the right reading, but definitely recommend that software. Jay Murray, $5 Canadian. Here's 5 dull hairs from Canada. I think Patrick may be trying to catch up to you with his ponytail. You guys rock always good content. Yeah, you have a head start. I had a head start, and I also got a haircut like a month ago, but nobody notices when I do that. I haven't had a real haircut since like 2016, I think. Oh, okay. So. Yeah, you've been in lockdown. Yeah, I've been observing super quarantine. $10 again from Mustangs by Matt. Short Patrick, tell tall Patrick he has a boss shirt and I love it. Which one is Short Patrick? I don't know. Tell camera guy Patrick he's doing a great job. Okay. Our medium mod mat's going on back order. Paid for 200 characters, want to get dollars worth. Okay. So Andrew's, sorry, camera Patrick, you're doing a good job. Okay. And then you have a, what was the phrase for your shirt? A boss shirt. You have a boss shirt. Okay, we've accomplished that. You've gotten your money worth on that. What was the other part? Our medium mod mat's going on back order. They are on order. They're shipping and in stock. So there should be plenty of them. We didn't promote them as hard because I wanted something to fall back on when the large ones went out. So you should be able to get them. I'm just doing basic cable management, nothing fancy. $2 from Friction 2600 to insult me in front of everybody and say I hate Baja Blast 2 and Patrick's shirt. Ouch. Mean. I'm glad we agree on Baja Blast, though. I hate that we've given them so much marketing. They're probably going to reach out to us and be like, we noticed synergy, that's always the marketing buzzword. Synergy between your audience and our product, and would like to run advertisements for our poison on your channel.
I'll be real, I've never had Baja Blast either. So I
tried it once, specifically because Nori from our Patreon group kept talking about it. And I was like, all right, I'll go try it. And I got one, and I was like, I wish I got the blue drink instead. I don't know what flavor blue is, but it tasted better. So
I can do a adult man drinks Baja Blast for the first time. You won't believe his reaction. YouTube video.
Start getting into reaction videos, just like the videos are always on the front page for me now, recommended because I listen to music on YouTube. It's always like, man listens to rock music for the first time. I don't believe you. Like, you've walked through a shopping center at some point and you've heard some form of generic rock music. Good views, though. A lot better than when you invest effort into your content.
2 pounds from Pierre Plays. There's a smiley face on it, that thermal paste. I guess you drew a smiley face unintentionally.
Oh, that was
It's like
definitely
a
intentional.
Rorschach test.
Yeah. What faces do you see in the thermal paste?
$5 Canadian from Troll McTrollington, who
Okay,
I'm sure is
it's a good start.
fine, upstanding citizen. He likes the shirt, yet
Oh.
hates Baja Blast.
Oh,
Gamers
okay.
Nexus 2020 TM. What a boomer! I think Baja Blast is pretty old at this point.
Yeah.
It's been around.
That's been around, I feel like, for decades.
$4 Canadian from Dougal. Hello again from Nunavut, Canada.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think you looked that up last time.
That's the place I was like, oh, that sounds familiar. I think I've been there. And then I looked it up and I was like, nope, I have not been anywhere remotely close to that place.
They ask, you coming soon?
Oh, yeah, I don't know if we're going to be getting on a plane anytime soon.
We can play Flight Simulator.
That's true. We can fly over there in Flight Sim.
Oh,
There's some flex.
Sean D asking about their last super chat. No, it was fine. You're saying funny internet words in your super chats.
Yeah, yeah.
$4 from Aaron S. Do you think Z490 will be end of life next month because of Intel?
I mean, considering they've barely had CPUs in stock, I hope not, but they barely had this CPU in stock, the 7980XE that we're installing. They barely had the 1090DXE in stock.
How much is of Z490 being end of life is up to Intel versus the motherboard manufacturer?
I'm sure Intel will keep selling the chipsets if the board makers keep buying them, so it'd mostly be up to the... I guess it'd just be up to if they keep making the CPUs or not. But I don't expect they would just kill it overnight unless Rocket Lake S is going to replace it, so... I don't know. I don't think it would die next month, but I don't know what their launch schedule is.
Paul the Bearded One Downing, 5 pounds. Sup fellas, bit late to the stream. How you doing? Just thought I'd ask, elbow injury, Dremel or bike?
What was the first one? Dremel?
Yeah.
Definitely not Dremel. I don't think it would look like that. I think it'd be a much longer gash. Bike. I slid out on a wood feature when it was wet and skidded for like 10 to 15 feet. I could tell I wasn't going to regain control, so I threw the bike to get away from it. Because anyone who does mountain biking knows that the bike is what tries to kill you when you crash, so you normally want to throw it to get away from it.
AVE's doing downhill biking now.
Oh, is he really?
They have competition.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you get good at fast. At least not without breaking a lot of bones.
$5 from Adam. You guys should get a side filter for the O11 from DMCI Filter. It has a side filter on it.
Yeah, it has a side filter.
Maybe they have better ones, but
Maybe. I haven't looked into it. Any mods for this?
well, other than the Gorilla Glue, we did Gorilla Glue panel back together.
Yeah, this, I should actually might as well just show that. You can still see it right there. The glue and the gap. The original glue on these early samples, we stored this in my attic before we moved to the office, I think. And attic's not air conditioned, and in the summer it was probably over 100 degrees Fahrenheit up there. So one day the glass panel just fell off, but You glued it on. I think you did that, and it hasn't come
I
off
think so.
since.
It's easy to pry the bottom too if you're like pulling it out rather than lifting it up.
Right. Let's we'll put a stop to super chats here too. So let me update the OBS message so that people don't submit more. So after 11:44 p.m. local time, as in this second, we're gonna stop taking super chats, but we'll read the rest of the ones that are there now. No more super chats after 11:44 p.m. EST. So we'll keep reading them. And where did you stop?
It was New Zealand. $2 New Zealand.
Oh, NZ. $2 to see what's behind that brown door. A hallway. Craig there it is. Craig LeBute. I don't care that you, brackets, hurt your elbow, parentheses, nice scrape. Thanks. I'm not really sure what that is referencing. It's in quotes, so it's referencing something.
I don't have anything for you.
I think we have one page left, super chats, and then we'll close out. I might add a fan or something while you're doing that. Let me go grab a fan somewhere.
ZAR14. I don't know what denomination that is. From Amon Nelbeth. Have you tried out PC Building Simulator? I haven't, and I'm pretty sure Steve hasn't.
I have not.
I can list the games that Steve plays. Like.
Yeah, not many. Oh, someone did ask. I didn't answer it. Someone did ask if I've played the new Total War games recently, and the answer to that is I've played Three Kingdoms a lot, and I like that one.
$10 from Chris Gonzalez. I am very stoked to get the wireframe mouse mat from you guys. Soon to finish my new Rising desk setup. Next, I need your GN toolkit. These Rising desks have been pretty nice, especially for filming. Should be good. $5 from Shay C. I have hybrid 1080 Ti and an O11D. The radiator on the right, since my other radiator is on the top. Should the tubes be coming from the bottom or the top? If it is a closed loop cooler, then ideally the tubes would be coming from the bottom. If it is an open loop cooler, then you can do what you want and just make sure the pump has liquid coming into it. Goose, $5. Could the incorrect mounting of AIOs cause fluid slime due to air?
What's the question?
Could the incorrect mounting of an AIO cause fluid slime due to air and excessive amount of heat in the cold plate boiling the fluid, breaking it down? I think you have other problems.
So, yeah, not really.
Your fluid should not be anywhere near 100 Celsius.
No
if
way.
Your computer is working.
No, definitely not. Like, it's going to shut itself down before it gets there.
$5 Canadian from Grom. Everyone says 1080 at 120 is better than 4K 60, even if you have the GPU power. But what if I mostly played turn-based type games like Civ and Stellaris? I mean, I have a 4K 60 monitor, so.
So the comment is that everyone thinks
1080 at 120 is better than 4K 60.
This sounds like such a like enthusiast, in the best way possible, enthusiast nerd argument to have. Like, it's just, if you're more competitive, then maybe 1080 high refresh matters more to you. If you're more immersive player or you're playing turn-based games, probably you care more about how much you can see on the screen at once, really, than anything else. So, I think I wouldn't worry too much about what everyone says. I would just buy what you think makes sense. I'm just adding what's the brand on this fan? NZXT. I'm just adding an NZXT fan, a side intake. I couldn't find another Vardar easily accessible, other than the like 2500 RPM ones.
Those are the good ones.
That's
That's,
the
that's
loud
how you
ones.
make your computer take off because of the helicopter. MigZKY answering my question about what ZAR is. It is South African.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Hello from South Africa. What is your opinion on the new power supply standard? Linus was one of the people against e-waste but promotes the new power supply.
We did a video on that, and I think our stance is that it's not really different than stuff that already exists.
I don't think Linus is saying you should throw away your power supply.
Yeah, there's like a difference between being for a change and taking your existing stuff and throwing it in the trash. Like, also you can adapt this stuff with, like there's already adapters out there. I don't know, like for HP and all that stuff. I don't know where that screw went, it's gone forever. I've got another one over here.
This could be an entirely different screw based on what our floor is like. $2 from Sean, Texas. I love you, Mr. Burke.
Thanks.
$5 from Goose. So would you remove M.2 stickers before installing under heat sinks on an ASUS Hero 12 motherboard?
Oh, okay. So a lot of M.2 stickers are foil that are designed to be, I'm sharpening the screwdriver. I'm magnetizing it so it stops dropping the screw. They're designed to be a heat spreader. So I pitched that question to Alan Malventano on Twitter not long ago on behalf of a viewer. You should generally leave it on there, but for some of these heat sinks, you ideally want to cut the thermal pads where there's contact with the NAND flash, because it will live longer with under higher active temperatures. And then you should keep the thermal pads where there's contact with the controller. And that's how I would do it. As for the sticker, I don't remember. I'd probably just do the same thing. If you're already cutting thermal pads, I think I'd just remove the sticker and just contact it directly with the controller and not with the NAND.
No, it's not going to hurt anything to take it off.
Right, yeah. You can always take it off in a way that preserves it, too, in case you need to RMA it later or something.
$2 Canadian from 08DM. What system are you reading the Super Chats on?
Good question. It is hidden below the table, but it's just a 1950 X CPU that we've basically retired from testing and used for the stream system. It's an NHU 14S.
Just watching Andrew like trying to decide whether he wants to pan down to it or not.
Did he?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's better to leave people curious. 1950X. That's about it. I haven't done anything special on it. It's the ASUS, original ASUS board for $399.
Eric E sent $5 Canadian and then sent another $5 Canadian. I don't know whether that was an accident.
No message attached.
This is for Patrick to keep him in epic shirts. Thanks for the great stuff, guys.
So he thinks your shirts are worth $5?
Well, no, $10
Oh,
Canadian because he sent two.
okay.
Or maybe that's for two shirts. Interesting tight zooms again.
Oh, yeah.
How can you tell?
I'm
OBS.
watching the stream.
OBS is open. Andrew said, how can you tell?
$5 from Yonder. How is the Unraid setup working? Still happy with it after the Synology failures?
Very happy with it. I've done almost no maintenance other than some basic stuff in software. Working really well. Wendell knows his stuff. He set up a great box. And I actually wanted to film today, but we did the stream instead. I wanted to film like a server room kind of just preventative maintenance type thing. Clean out, maybe do some software side changes, things like that. We'll do that at some point soon. It's in need of it. But yeah, I like it. I definitely, that Unraid plus ZFS was a challenge to set up, and Wendell's really the right person for it. And we're very happy with the build he did. I'm running out of fan headers, which is blowing my mind for this motherboard. I thought there were a lot more on here.
Yeah, I took the two at the bottom. There's one at the very bottom, I think.
Where?
They're side.
Oh,
turn sideways on the
yeah, I
edge.
forgot this board mounts everything sideways.
But still, I think you're still running out of them.
Yeah.
Even then. Dock Vision, $5. Just got the wireframe mat. Beautiful. Make a bigger one, please.
What size is the question? A few people have asked for that. I'm not sure if that's like 16 or 18 inch tall or what, but we definitely hear the interest. I just need to figure out what the execution is for that. But glad you like it though. What time are we at on those super chats?
We're very close to the end. We have like
Okay.
6 left or something.
Okay, cool.
$5 from DXVES. There's not enough vowels in that for me to say it. How should I set up the fans in my O11 Dynamic to have the best thermals? I have a 360mm AIO and 6 spare fans to use.
Wow, that's a lot of
3900X and 2080 Ti.
Six fans and a 360 AIO.
Yeah, your options are kind of limited.
Um,
They're completely limited, actually.
I would say one GPU, I guess. I think I would do.
Yes.
I think you're going to get the best performance if you do 3 side and then 3 top. So side intake, top exhaust. You'll get the best GPU performance if you have a bottom intake like right below the video card on the left side. I'm looking at the case because it's the same case. So if you do like, ways to look at it would be if you put a fan over here going into the video card, you're going to get peak video card performance. It's not symmetrical, but you could, like best, I think would be 1 here blowing up, and then probably 2 up here in the top 2 slots coming in, and then your AIO going out. That's all 6 fans, unless they mean they have 6 plus an AIO.
That kind of sounds like what they mean.
Yeah,
in which
if
case,
that's the case, you just fill the whole case. I don't know, like in that case, I'd probably go intake heavy so I can control where the dust is. I'd do 3 side, 3 bottom, AIO top exhaust, and then these are intake, and then like these areas that are unprotected from filters, the air will come out instead of in. This fan might create a little bit of suction, but if there's enough pressure in the system where I think it's probably going to go out, so that'll prevent dust buildup. That's how I do it.
Here, I can take this one because I don't know. Joe Aikens, $5, asking, when does NDA lift for press coverage? Thanks for all the content. I don't know.
I can answer this because it's true. I'm not currently under any NDAs for coverage of anything.
Okay. That means I'm not either. I
That's
also
correct.
didn't know that.
Yeah. I'd be updating you an awful lot if I told you, hey, you're not under any product NDAs right now. Every day you come in like, hey, just so you know, you're not under any product NDAs.
Finally, I can feel free to talk about all the things that I don't know about. Jennifer Roger, $5. Please listen to pop music on the next stream for the first time for the views.
Yeah, we'll do one of those reactions. Listening to Metalhead hears pop music for the first time, question mark, exclamation point.
And we can get demonetized.
Yeah. Yeah, copy claimed.
Yeah, that's worse actually.
Yes. Because then we're giving the pop musician money.
Yeah.
That's terrible. We don't want to do that.
$5 Canadian from Ericy. Why don't you want to visit Nunavut?
It's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't want to get on a plane right now.
It's physically difficult to visit Nunavut.
That too, under normal circumstances.
$2 from Hugh Wong. Thank you, Stephen Patrick, for a fantastic stream.
I'm glad you thought so. It was I had fun doing the liquid metal part, and then it just turned into a normal computer build after that. But I'm just doing cable cleanup and stuff right now, trying to figure out the optimal way to route this last cable, and then we'll be done with it. I'm really happy with the thermals, though.
This was going to be the last one, but somebody Somebody broke the rules.
Oh, okay.
ACC 1079, $2. Thanks for all the very in-depth info you provide. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
And Jose Ortega, $5. This is well after the time limit, sir. Are we going to need bigger cases to fit a 3090? I don't know.
I don't think it's that big. There's plenty of other large GPUs out there. Can you try and plug that cable in down there?
The fan one?
Yeah. Let me take the last couple chats while we close out. Yeah, I'm just trying to get that cable in and then retighten the fan and we're done. Do you guys have a Discord? Yes, we have a Patreon Discord, patreon.com/gamersnexus, and then search for Connect Patreon to Discord, and it will give you access. Pretty straightforward process. Okay. What is this? Woo, 4 hours plus PC build. Well, so first of all, remember when I said in the middle, someone's going to comment on this and say, wow, it took so long to build a computer. But I spent like 2 hours doing a demo and education on liquid metal and the application of it. So, yeah, it's like, I mean, I can build a computer in like 10 minutes, but we're doing a stream and answering like hundreds of questions and stuff. So it's more about interacting with the community and also getting something done that needs to get done anyway. Have some fun with liquid metal application again. Have a reason to do it beyond just personal interest. So definitely fun build. I'm happy to put this one together. Sergeant Zeta says, quote, I am not currently under NDA. That's like the equivalent of the warrant canary on websites. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I'm on Crazy Cow also reminds me we had a break. Yes, we did have a break in the middle.
Yeah, it was very relaxing.
It's always, whenever a stream goes down, it's always a very high stress situation, very fast. I'm just reading the chat, see if there's anything fun.
That's right.
As much as you meme with thermal paste, have you ever thought about doing a paste-submerged PC? No, I can't say that I've come up with that idea. We're going to need a lot of cryonaut for that, though. That's going to be like, hey, Thermal Grizzly, I need literally the vat that you make your thermal paste in taken off the line and shipped to me. Then I'm gonna just, I think it might be easier to have the vat and then you just dunk the components in it.
I mean, what are you accomplishing?
It'll be really cool.
Will it?
Thermal paste cools things. That's what it does.
All right, well,
you don't need anything else if you have enough paste. All of the fans in the water is just for show.
It's, yeah, thermal paste is so great, then why don't they make CPU blocks out of it? Why don't they make the plane out of the black box material?
That's how it works. Let's see. Yes, you are catching the tail end of the stream. Inderjeet Singh jumped in. Good to see you back. Okay, so how often do you have to replace paste from chat? I'll take that. So generally not too often, unless it's like a stock paste on a lower end component or a stock cooler. I like replacing the paste on systems that have been more thermally abused. Like if you do long rendering cycles or you're folding at home or something like that, I would say replace it. Maybe you can either keep an eye on your thermals and just kind of one day you'll go, oh, that's a little bit higher than it was a few months ago. Or like a 1 year cycle is pretty good for paste replacement because the cheaper paste, the stock paste on coolers, lower end GPUs, that'll start to dry out in a way where like you'll pull the block off and it's just like crumbling, and that's normally a good time to replace it. So maybe like 1 year on the lower end stuff. Depends how much you're thermal cycling it though, ultimately. Okay, so. Oh, thanks.
That was me.
Just picked it up and popped it out again. So that's the system then. Nice.
So you can tell how brave I am because I haven't plugged it in and made sure all the cables are connected before I close it.
I think we have a power connector right here if we do want to plug it in. I don't know where
There's the end of it, sir.
So yeah, we're just gonna turn it on and then we'll be done. Oh yeah, front panel is ajar. Thanks, we got it. Got that fixed. Would love to see it. LN2. LN2 pot full of paste. Oh, someone's unhappy with the fans, I think. Yeah, so I just pulled like a fan off the shelf. Not my favorite setup, but it'll work. I want to get another radiator in there, so I didn't invest a lot of time on the side intake. I'd like to do probably like a 240 in here somewhere and just hook it up to the Phoenix. I would ultimately go to open loop, but I want to save those parts for actual work, not for just a office build. ACG, $5. Is that ACG the YouTuber?
I'm gonna break the keyboard.
So that could go to channel.
I'm hitting the delete key too much.
Yeah, that keyboard's not very high end. ACG, I think so.
People get upset at us when we abuse mechanical keyboards by hitting a key a bunch of times. Like, that's not what they're made for.
No, they can only take like 20 to 50 million clicks. And you just took off like 200 off that membrane's life, so there's probably 49 million remaining. 49,900,998. Yes, it is ACG, I think. ACG says I need to get you to build me out, or build me one of, I guess, of like a PC. I mean, we could definitely help you out with the PC build. ACG, message me on Twitter and we'll figure something out. Might as well take this one. A flying modem. A flying modem. Building a new system, I was wondering if the Corsair Crystal 570X is good in terms of thermals, based on your new test. As far as looks-focused cases go, it's been a while, but last time we tested it, it actually did pretty well. I think because of how many fans are in it. And the gap between the glass and the chassis is reasonably wide. So, yeah, I think, oh, that fan's not on.
What's wrong?
Top side intake, we can leave it alone. Oh, wait, no, none of them are spinning. Okay, never mind.
They might be plugged into a Molex connector or something that I didn't connect.
Okay.
It looks like one of those EVGA extensions. So
yeah, let's take the side panel off. Yeah, 570X was fine when we tested it. Let's take these. Oh, the top ones were spinning, so it's
yeah,
connector is not connected somewhere.
Yeah.
Are they all plugged into like a splitter?
I think so. It looked like one of those EK splitters that they sent us at some point. And might have just not plugged it in.
There was a Molex cable in there.
Okay.
That should be plugged into the board, actually.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That bottom one's plugged into the board. Cut your hair. Take a grammar class. Like, just sit and throw petty insults at each other all day. Can we get best cases for cat parents? Ones that are closed. I can look at it too. I'm not sure. Let me look at the
I just need to swap power connectors.
debug code. Oh, like you mean the 8-pin?
Mm-hmm.
I think it should probably go on the left. I don't know if it's serial or parallel. There's power supply. At least there's a lot of room on the top of the case. That's what I liked about this one. But I'm still gonna get cut by the radiator.
Yeah, there's a lot of room in the top and the bottom. Just way more room than you would expect because the power supply's moved over. It frees up a ton of that
Yeah.
area.
Okay. This 8-pin is so in there. Is there any room to push the cable through a little bit?
Is it this one?
Oh, I got it. Okay. I was trying to get more leverage. Tempted to get an extension cable, but hopefully we only have to do this once. Why do you torture me? Okay, there it goes. All right. Try that. That one changed the fans, but what's the LEDs say? Oh, I had it overclocked before. Let me do a safe boot just to clear the OC. Debug says what? So we've got 1, 2, 3. Let me read that. What code is that? That's gonna be. I'm not sure what debug code that was. Let's clear the BIOS. Is there a BIOS clear somewhere?
Yeah.
I think that's.
Yeah, the red button in there, but it's
Oh, okay.
unset.
All right. Where's the screwdriver? Okay. Could be something shorted, like between the board and the case. If the case is touching the board, but then it should shut down. I think not do this. D8 is lit up, and I can't read those two. Definitely D8 is lit up. If we can just open up X99 Dark manual.
Okay. We can also try a different power supply at some point.
Well, that would be easy. There's one right here, so. Ow.
You said it was D8?
Yeah, on the LED, not on the post. Debug LED. Benefit of having components everywhere is that it's very easy to troubleshoot. Some of us have won troubleshooting PC challenges on the critically acclaimed LinusTechTips channel. Linus said it was the best PC troubleshooting challenge in the universe. So, I actually hold that title. His next event will host intergalactic competitors, and I'll be representing Earth. And to do that, I'm going to get an extension cable for EPS.
They label everything so clearly in such tiny writing.
Yeah, I know. This is going to be so much better. Yeah, that's way better. Okay. Let's see. It booted and was working on the table, so that's the good news. Power splicing is the most likely to me. Okay. EPS 12 volt, or I mean PCIe. Don't need that. Does the manual have debug codes? It was the top 3 were lit up, and the D8 on the bottom was lit up.
Okay. Was it? They were red.
Yeah. Still red. Did it turn on? No, that sounded like a short to me. I'm thinking the case is maybe shorting the motherboard. But we'll see. It doesn't really feel like it's touching anywhere. So this is actually something that I thought people watching troubleshooting thought, something I thought Linus would do in his challenge. I thought he would short the board to the case. If you have a direct short, it will prevent booting, but he didn't do that.
Unplug some of these USB and audio things too.
Bare bones. So let's just get rid of all the peripherals. And let's see. Still unhappy. VRM fans are spinning.
Oh, it's this.
What? The fan?
Yes. It's the one you asked me to plug in.
Oh yeah, okay. Leave it unplugged for now. Let's try and boot without it.
All right. My bad.
So what was it in the left 3?
No.
I don't think that would kill a board. I think it might kill a header, but let's see. What's the mod mass? I think there might be a different issue, but that was one unrelated to it. Where's my fan pinout diagram? That would mean 12 volt sense and ground and no, sorry, 12 volt sense and control and no ground. I don't think that would kill a board. I think it's something else. Is that a fan header? Yes. What else? Bare bones can we do? Let's unplug all the fans except for like the top 3. Are those plugged into the board or into the oh, they're plugged into EK's thing.
Yeah, this is a PWM.
For EK. Oh,
yeah.
for okay. All right. Everything else unplugged?
Yeah. Oh, that's fans.
Let's reseat the RAM too, I think. And then I'm going to pull this. Is the CMOS battery visible?
No, they have it under the heatsink, I think.
Okay. So let's pull the RAM. And let's put one. Actually, I don't know what the single stick config is. Do you have the manual open? Do you see what the single stick config is?
Yes.
And then I think I will the GPU, reseat that as well. GPU is not fully seated. That may be part of it.
One DIMM goes in the slot farthest to the left.
Okay. For anyone watching, this is a good basic troubleshooting lesson of the types of stuff. You normally strip down bare bones and pull RAM down to one module, stuff like that. And now I'm going to reseat the GPU. Normally you do one thing at a time so you can pinpoint the issue, but I just want to fix the issue, so. Did this not go in the top slot? Let's put the, or was it just in the middle before, maybe? Let's try top slot.
Yeah.
I don't think that would be, I don't think what we're seeing are symptoms of that, but it should be there anyway, so. Okay, that's fully socketed.
send this to Linus.
Figure it out.
It's your problem.
Same LEDs. You could pull up what the debug LEDs mean. Maybe you might have to Google search like X299 Dark debug LED.
Well, they're listed by the name. Like they have the labeling on the board, and then they don't
okay.
have the like D8 numbers in the manual. So they have a legend here.
CPU error LED 1, 2, and 3. Maybe it's a mounting issue. It was in the socket, it hadn't come out. All you did was clean the thermal paste and then install the blocks. Maybe there's too much pressure or something that could cause that. CPU, I think that's error. Does it give any advice on that in the manual? Could check chat if they're saying anything too, but I guess look at OBS, make sure it's still live and everything. Okay, so I'm gonna go with probably reseating the CPU is my next step. Or not reseating the CPU, I want to avoid that, it's liquid metal, but reseating the cooler.
Yeah. You could even just take the block off for a second and see if the fans spin up.
Does it give any advice on the error codes?
It's logic detected error, system halted.
Okay.
For the CPU.
Let's do a Google search for that. Okay. These screws, the standoffs just come out with it. That's annoying. Okay. Where did I took one out, 1, 2, 3, okay. All right, let's see what it does. Not getting hot. Did the IHS move when you were cleaning the paste?
I don't think so.
Shouldn't have. It's clamped, so. And change the BIOS.
I've not done that yet.
Change the BIOS. This board has BIOS switches on it. For anyone curious. Let's try that one. Do I have PCIe disabled? No. Okay. Everything's got power. Well, it worked when I had it on the bench. So unless shorting that fan connector took out the board, which seems unlikely but maybe possible, my next guess would be a short to the case, which unfortunately would be solved by taking the board out and booting it on a bench again. Which I guess isn't that hard, but kind of a pain. I think we've replaced everything at this point. I think probably, unfortunately, the move is to unbuild it and put it on a bench and see if it boots. And if it does, then it's direct short in the case, and we need like a plate. But it feels like it's sitting on rubber. I can't really tell though. There might be a short in there. Direct short, for anyone watching, won't like kill the board. It's just gonna not boot. So we could be experiencing that if it's shorting into the case, which could happen. Seems maybe unlikely to me, but this is an ATX case, and to get EATX, technically they have like a separate thing that you install. We just went with it overhanging, so that maybe could be it. Otherwise, my guess would be potentially that fan connector, or not much else it could be because it was working when it was on the bench. So let's see.
Want to flip this sideways?
Sideways?
Do you want to flip it
Oh
sideways?
no, I just want to pull the board out. So I need more space is the problem. I think let's pull the board out and then put the case on the floor.
Okay.
I'll just put the screws over here. Does chat have suggestions that are useful? My guess is either the fan or the or direct short to the case. Clearly the liquid metal application's fine because it worked. Let's see.
I think chat is
On other topics.
arguing with themselves mostly.
Oh, okay. That's normal. Yes. What?
I wonder if that odd fan you put in has an issue. No, we've used that recently.
Yeah.
It works fine.
There aren't any odd fans here. It's just an NZXT fan.
Yeah.
There's nothing weird. Yeah, standard troubleshooting practice though is normally you go bare bones one by one, which we just did. Still have the same issue. Next step is to go back to a bench.
Someone says install Gen 2. Well, listen, we have to get to post first. Yes, we know it is a CPU error.
Yeah, I saw that. But it doesn't mean there's something wrong with the CPU though, because clearly the CPU works. It was just running really well. So it's not like CPU error doesn't necessarily mean that the CPU physically has a problem. It could just mean that something en route to the CPU has a problem. I'd suspect this wouldn't direct short just because of the giant plate on the back side, but can you bring that down? The floor, careful the GPU. And just sit those both on the floor of the case. Let's get that on a bench and see if it boots. And then if it does, I'll reassemble it probably off stream just to get it done quickly. Bench. Oops.
Not the thermal paste, guys. It's okay.
Yeah.
The D8 error is D8 is the label of the LED. It's not like a postcode on the board.
Okay.
So we're they're D8 as a postcode is invalid password. So
Yeah.
plenty of people are telling us that, but that's
Okay.
that's not. We're not looking at the 8-segment or
Right. 7-segment display.
7-segment.
I need a simple cooler. Is that Arctic one still out? Okay, troubleshooting time. Should be fairly straightforward. If it doesn't work, I have 5 more of these motherboards. But I would probably switch it off stream. Okay.
Everyone enjoyed those noises.
Uh,
Unearthing this. This is not a simple cooler.
No. Where's my Arctic one? It should be like out there.
Okay.
I don't know where I put that cooler when we were working with it. Oh, I don't know. We can maybe just use the NZXT one. Yeah, if you just give me standoffs for it, we can use that one. Chat's probably telling me where I put the cooler. Yeah, I agree with the person saying it's likely to be a standoff situation. The behavior is very much like a direct short to the board. So this will solve that very fast. Do I need anything else plugged in here? Not really. Maybe my Arctic cooler is under that toolkit. Standoffs.
Yes.
No, it's not the power cord extensions. It's we just had this system working on the bench, so it's probably the case, meaning a direct short standoff issue. Which is pretty easy to solve. Like if there's a standoff stabbing the back of the board, maybe creating a flex where it's shorting somewhere else. Okay. What is dripping? I hear drip. Nothing's dripping.
Make me paranoid.
Where'd the RAM go?
Well, it is behind the toolkit.
Okay. All right, I'm just gonna do 2 screws and pump power. So we need SATA. SATA pump. Do that. And then this one can go there. That's just tack though. One fan should be fine. Okay. Sounds good, but same error, I think. Oh, switch the BIOS back to the original BIOS too. Let's go up on the could be board. Can you just grab one of the other X299 boards?
Mm-hmm.
Another dark would work. Okay. Don't think it's a motherboard standoff issue. They're all in the right place. Yeah, it could be a short somewhere.
That's right. At a moment's notice, we can pull more X99 Darks.
Someone's saying like 4 hours in, you're only here. We built the whole system and we just unbuilt it, so. Okay. It's gonna be fun to transplant the CPU. Okay, so all this can remain in this mess. And then we need these screws. And pulse cables. So to transplant CPU that has liquid metal on it, you basically have to hold it down while unlatching the ILM, and then hold it down while pulling the ILM up. Got some paste for the socket, and then I need to try and get this out from the sides like that. Can you pull the board? Because we didn't, remember we didn't seal the IHS to the CPU. We didn't glue it in place so it can shift. So that's pretty successful then. Pretty successful relocation. Didn't move at all. You hold it in place. Liquid metal has been the easiest part out of this whole process. Standoffs, I only need 2. Don't need paste either. Okay. then if you can grab the RAM.
Okay. I didn't tighten that screw all the way.
Oh, okay. Okay. RAM.
All right.
Oh, that works. Is that the same error? I don't think it would care about the video card. We haven't tried a different video card. Where'd
I
that?
think they have D6 as their error code for no card, but I can grab it.
Where's that small one I used a second ago? Oh, yeah, it's right there. Let's use that one. I hear the pump.
Grab a different CPU if you want.
Well, that'll almost certainly work because we know this board works.
Okay.
So, new CPU is just going to be a new build. That should completely be fine. I'm thinking somewhere there might have been a short somewhere. Maybe it was that fan connector. I don't know. I have to look at it a lot closer. Let's see. So, do we see? Oh, this is a different board. Where's the board that was plugged in? That didn't sound very healthy, or am I mistaken? There were no noises that were weird. It was the pump running, maybe that's what you heard. I don't see any scorch marks. It was this one, right, that you changed?
Yeah.
I don't see anything wrong with that. Normally you would see a mark somewhere. Back of the socket, maybe? Nope. Looks fine. I feel like this is one of those things where we're going to shut it down, come back tomorrow, and it'll work. As is often the case. Let's see.
And I did put a lot of pressure on the D-lid that hadn't been there before by tightening down that EK block. If that shifted anything, maybe. And
I mean, there was a block on it already from Arctic, so I think it should be fine. Wow, that's super empty. This is CRC contact cleaner. I'm just cleaning the contacts off on the bottom. Yeah, maybe mounting pressure.
cameraman is the best.
What is?
Someone said cameraman is the best. Blow on it like an NES cart. I mean, basically, it's like
Yeah, kind of what we're doing. Where am I? Oh, there it is. Okay. RAM. Did I have RAM in last time?
Yes.
Shouldn't need a cooler. Okay. Well, it worked on the bench. modules up. Don't know what that would be. Let's just double check. Let's do a different CPU. I'm pretty sure it's going to work, which isn't that useful other than saying we give the CPU a night to sleep it off. Sometimes works. More often than not, it works. I'll check the D-lid in a second. The SMDs, there was already nail polish on it.
This is a 7900X.
Okay.
That's not what I meant to do.
Just drop it into the socket.
No, gotta read the little diagrams.
Liquid metal's good. I'll have to reapply it now.
Which
but
lever to lock first?
no liquid metal shorts going on. So that looks pretty good to me. SMD's already had a crap load of nail polish on them too, but there's
Yeah, I'm getting postcodes
boots.
from that.
Okay.
So.
Well, I don't know. I clean off the CPU, I guess, and do it again, but it looks good. Where do I put this? Everything's so filled with paste.
In my defense, the little diagram about which locking lever to use first was rubbed off on this board because it's an old
The
one.
one on the right. What do I need? Just clean up the outer edge.
Everybody's complimenting your camera work.
Andrew says, oh, nice, thank you.
Clean up your workbench. Listen.
Yeah, well. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the liquid metal application. Looking very closely, I don't see any. All of it stayed on the CPU, the die. So. No, and there's still a lot of nail polish on there from before. Well, that shouldn't be the problem, especially because it was on and overclocked even with a not crazy OC.
Pat, read my super chat. I can't. The time limit's over.
Where's
I'm not
my
allowed anymore.
Where's my IHS? I'm getting too tired. I keep misplacing everything. I just put it down on a piece of shop towel. I think it's back here. Yes.
I think the answer is always that it's in that corner.
Yeah, seems like it. Can you unlatch that?
Yes. Sorry.
Apology accepted.
Okay. All right. Now we're gonna have a not good liquid metal contact, but it just gonna mount it and see. I would have to reapply it later, but see what happens. Not that I expect a different result, because I didn't do anything. Did you just power on, no memory? Let's put one stick in. There's a
Oh.
postcode.
Cool.
Well, literally did nothing. except take the IHS off and back on. Cool. Okay, so it works. That's good. Let's turn it off because there's nothing cooling it right now.
I think the mounting pressure on that EK block is maybe a lot more than the Arctic block with those springs on there.
It could be mounting pressure. Sometimes CPUs don't like, well, most times CPUs will not boot if it's too much pressure. I don't know. Did I try removing it and resocket it? Yes, I did on a different board. So I don't know. That confuses the hell out of me. Maybe it just got like pressed too hard and then just had to be lifted off and put back on. Good news is nothing's dead. So that's cool. And also this whole process will only take me like 30 minutes if I'm not streaming.
Everybody's having to catch up with the CPU being alive.
Oh, yeah, no, CPU's alive, guys. It just booted. So I guess I should probably prove that so that people understand the situation. Let's just throw a block cooler on there. Is that screwed in? No.
How broken is it? Not broken
It's
at all.
not broken
apparently.
at all. I took the IHS off, I put the IHS back on, the system booted. Sounds like a pressure sensing issue from the EK block, maybe, because it is delidded, so there's not as much of a barrier. Other screw somewhere?
For the
Standoff? We're losing everything because we're tired. I mean, I'm going on like 14 hours of work at this point, so all right. It's fine. I don't need it. Let's just boot this to BIOS, prove a point, and then everyone will know I'll have proof of life for the CPU for the chat. That's good though. Reapplying liquid metal is gonna suck, but not too much. I don't have any devices plugged in. Where's a HDMI? Buried under that motherboard.
I see it. This is display.
Nice, that's good. That's the sound. That's actually the sound we want to hear.
Gian, Steve, can you walk on liquid metal?
Pretty sure everyone can walk on liquid metal. All right. It's gonna beep at us for having no keyboard or mouse or half the other things at once. Okay, cool. Nice. There you go. Let's turn it on. Holding the block, the CPU cooler down because I only screwed it on 3 times. There you go. It's alive. Nice. Perfect. Okay.
All right, build's on.
Build's done.
Time.
Okay. Well, we got it all built, and then the EK pressure I think was too great. Relieving the pressure and starting over fixed it. I don't know. I've had that happen before. I don't know what specifically triggers that, but some sensor in the die somewhere that says I don't like this. I'm not going to turn on. And then relieving that pressure fixed it, I guess. I don't know. Wait, what exactly? But it works, so I guess I will just finish this build off stream. Since we've already done it once, I don't need to see it happen a second time.
Just imagine that, but at the end, we cut in the part where it posts.
Yeah.
And a little movie magic.
Yeah, cool. I'm not going to do all that again on camera. It'll take too long. Everything's so much faster off camera because I don't have to like position stuff for the camera to see it. Interact
wait.
with super chats. What?
Crazy Cow says Linus wants to see it in the case. Wait, it's not complete.
Yeah, all right. He can do that. Okay, cool. Well, that's good. Everything's functional. IHS rotated. No, I mean it was correct because guys, like it booted on the bench, and we built it in the system, and it didn't boot. So the CPU was never unsocketed in that process. The only thing that changed was the cooler pressure because we swapped every other component. So cooler pressure issue, I will not tighten it as much for the second install, and then that should be it. Should be good. Okay, cool. I'm glad everything works. Let's see. I think, let's see. He had to go to hell to get that CPU back. I don't think so. Okay, yeah. Sweet, thanks for watching. I'm gonna rebuild this in like 20 minutes flat probably, and I'll be done. But yeah, I was just reading the last few chats. The IHS only fits one, the RFID chip thing is the reason I knew it was correct anyway. So, yeah, you can subscribe for more as always. You can go to store.gamersaccess.net to pick up stuff. Thanks for all the super chats. It was fun answering them, and the liquid metal part went very smoothly. The bench testing part went smoothly, but the last part I'll just rebuild the system. So no parts dead is the TLDR. And yeah, check back for more. We'll see you all next time.